The man played on the computer. He won. Then, when the game was over, he exhaled and said that he also wanted to get into the game, like in fantasy. When the game is over, reality returns. This useless reality. Mitsuba Taishi, 29 years old, single, which is even worse than being overweight. He is an ordinary hired worker. The man went to bed. He doesn't like his current life. He feels hopeless and can't get rid of it in reality, so he immerses himself in games, novels, and the internet. Yes, he is an adult who loves fantasy and other worlds. He knows that there are no other worlds than in dreams, but this reality is his burden. He is not able to change it himself. Boring reality. This is reality for him. He is sure that everyone has thought about it at least once. To become the chosen one in a fantasy world, he wants to be the main character. When he plays games, he usually turns on high difficulty. However, all this is just fantasy. And so, another boring day ended. At least, it should have been so. Then, the 29-year-old bachelor was offered to get into another world where he can live freely, and then, the hero lost consciousness. The girl asks Taishi to wait for her. She took his hand and asked how he could leave without his bride. The guy thinks that he is now in a fantasy world. His name is Taishi Mitsuba, a middle-aged man who turns 30 this year. An office fat man. He just sat at the computer, played games, and then went to sleep. Or so it should have been. Suddenly he found himself in the middle of the forest. The hero did not understand what had happened. He didn't understand where he was. He began to calm himself down mentally and touched his face. To his surprise, he did not find his glasses, and then he noticed that he had lost weight. He asked someone to explain to him what is happening now. A system window appeared in front of him, which decided to explain everything to him. He should have understood everything by now. This is the so-called other world. Taishi was perplexed. The name of this world is Eliard. This is a fantasy world, just as he wanted. The young man began to swear that anything could happen. It was so sudden, it didn't seem true. His beloved dog is waiting for him at home. He can't take care of it. Taishi realizes that it was a mistake to start a conversation with him. The system told him that there is magic in this world. The young man asked about it again. The level of development in this world is the so-called Middle Ages, but magic flourishes here, so it's better somehow. On the other hand, science is hardly developed. Taishi asked about how to use magic. He was advised to open the menu. After saying this word, many system windows appeared in front of him. Full information about him, his skill set, and inventory appeared in front of him. The guy realized that this was really like a game. Then he noticed his game age, 19. His real age is 29. Magic, fencing, alchemy. There are many variations of skills. He can learn them all using the skills menu. The hero clarified the meaning of all this. He can earn skill points whenever he wants, and when he levels up, he can upgrade various skills in this menu for the points he earns. He can quickly hone skills that usually take years to upgrade. In his inventory, he has prepared an adventurer's starter kit. He recommends using it effectively. Taishi decides to try something. He exhaled, sank to the ground, and assumed that these were all his skills. However, he had only just acquired these skills, and he still didn't know how they worked. They needed to be tested somewhere. In any case, he will feel it. He asked about what he should do. The system answered that he can do whatever he wants. The guy is shocked. The system explains that he can become a hero or a villain, perhaps try to find his way home or live here until he dies. His training ends here. The system will monitor him from time to time, but if he wants, he can try to contact it. And then the connection was broken. The hero does not understand what just happened. His life in another world begins now. He reached the kingdom of Calendil. Walking along the streets, he noticed that he understood their signs and speech. They don't look like normal people. Some of them wear collars. He doesn't understand how freedom works in this world, but he also doesn't understand the hierarchy of this world and its currency. Each doesn't know the current rate of coins. He will pay 5 large copper coins to enter the city. He still has 1 gold, 13 large coppers, 2 large silvers, 8 silvers, and 28 coppers. If he runs out of money, will he become a servant? He still has a long way to go to understand the laws of this world. Fighting strong opponents, saving the princess, or even better, becoming the king of the harem, is it possible? As expected, he becomes greedy even though he is a grown man. Still, at least running into a cute girl wouldn't be so bad. The guy walked past some girl. She stopped abruptly and turned around. She watched the guy go. Taishi entered a building and was greeted by the Adventurers Guild. The guy says he's here to register. He has a temporary ID card. It's only valid for 3 days. He came here because he heard that full registration can only be completed in a guild. The man behind the counter introduced himself as Oozed and asked the guy if he could hold out. This scared the hero. Fortunately, the usual fat him is not there now. He can use a sword without armor and can use wind magic, and he can also heal a little. Oozed decides to explain him a few things needed for registration. First of all, no trouble should be made. No weapons or magic should be used to cause trouble in the city. Guild members should help each other as much as possible. Taking the life of another is forbidden. After the explanation, the man told the boy to ask any questions he had. This is just an explanation. He decides to conduct an ability test. The guy entered the arena where there were many people. He did not understand what kind of ability test it was. People turned to look at the guy and began to guess who he was. Taishi asked everyone to stop looking at him so intently. Uste looked and said that it should do. He called Ethan to him. The young man greeted Ooze and the new recruit. Ethan threw the sword to the guy. He caught it. It's just a wooden sword. Taishi started waving it around and thought it was pretty good. The hero asked the man to look after his short sword. The young man realized that this was truly another world. There were many beautiful heroine girls here. He shouldn't be embarrassed in front of them. The hero asked if it was possible to use magic. Oost replied that only if he didn't take the life of the enemy, so it wasn't forbidden. The guy wanted to try out the magic he had learned. The girls started betting on who would win this fight. The test began. The boys were told to get ready and then the fight was announced to begin. Ethan immediately rushed at the hero. Taishi realized that the young man had made a dash to attack sharply. He managed to react and dodge. And the next moment he struck, but the guy managed to block it. The crowd supported the guy. Ethan jumped back and said that he thought the hero was just a fan of walking around in gear. And then he attacked Taishi again. The main character can calculate all the moves of his opponent. He has every chance of winning. The next moment, he knocks the gun out of Ethan's hands. And then he stabs him in the stomach. Ethan is not the most convenient opponent for him, but he has his own techniques. He has acquired physical resilience, swordsmanship, and unarmed combat skills, and the second level in the art of wind magic. Taishi used magic, namely, the air whirlwind technique. Ethan flew into the wall. Taishi Matsuba was declared the winner. The crowd cheered. People are shocked that the young man not only wields a sword well, but can also use magic. Usti noted that the guy is not bad. The protagonist is glad that he just used magic. The girl looked at the guy with delight. Uzzes asked the crowd about the desire to fight Taishi. The hero was confused. 3 big men appeared next to the boy. They expressed a desire to fight the guy. The next moment the hero was sitting at the table, beaten and half dead. Uste laughed at the guy and told him that he had become famous. The hero asked whether he had passed or not. He answered that he had passed without problems. He was given an adventurer's card. This card is for identification. Usually everyone starts with rank F, but Uzes gave him rank E. The guy didn't understand the point of raising the rank. The man explains that if he reaches B rank, people will start to recognize him, and when he reaches A rank, they will start to admire him. After reaching S rank, he will become a national hero. The hero realized that he has a long way to go. The hero reached the Burning Golden Beds Hotel. The man greeted the boy and asked him about the purpose of his visit. He replied that Ooze from the Adventurers Guild recommended this place and then asked about the cost. If he was recommended this place by the Adventurers Guild, then the price for one night including breakfast would be 2 large coppers and 5 small ones. If he had lunch and dinner here, there would be a bonus dish on his bill. Taishi was unsure about the currency exchange in this world. He asked for the price for 10 days. The amount came to 2 silver coins and 5 coppers. After paying, the man called the girl and told her to take the guest to his room. The hero was surprised by such a loud head. The girl came immediately and called the guy. The young man suggested that she was the innkeeper's daughter. The girl showed him the room and told him to enjoy his stay. Taishi appreciated the room. He sat on the bed and decided to check his status. He didn't notice that he had received a level up. It was because of the ability test. He also got 6 skill points. He could have taken new skills, but it's better to improve multiple and practical skills. Efficiency is important. He just doesn't want to die early. Then he decides to check his inventory. Adventurer's Kit, both the operation menu and the stats. He can call them up with his mind. That's interesting. The Adventurer's Kit includes a backpack, a lantern, a flask, torches, a blanket, a short sword, rations, and an 18-meter rope. If he puts them together in the same container, it seems they will count as a separate item. He should try to put them all together. This needs to be checked. In this world called Eliard, he is curious about what adventures await him. Then he noticed a message from the system, which said that he could call God at any time. The young man pushed the message away and said that he had enough for today. The next moment he is already in the guild and asks the girl about what she just said. The girl asked him out. This time, he didn't even expect that he would receive an unexpected confession. After her words, the guy was very surprised and blushed. The girl asked him out. Taishi didn't understand how this happened. He decided to calm down and put everything in its place. First, he went out to buy equipment. A few hours ago, a gun shop. A guy walked into the shop and was greeted. He noticed that the room smelled of iron and leather. He started looking at the weapons. A girl comes up to him and tells him that choosing his first armor is very important. Does the guy need her help? She is Louis, the local tech guy. The guy also introduces himself and says he wants to buy leather armor. The young man noticed the girl's pointed ears. He assumed that she was an elf. Unexpectedly, the girl hugged the guy. And then she started feeling his body. The other customers look at him. And then the girl took out the necessary thing and said that this armor should fit in size. And then she offered him to buy gloves and knee pads. The young man realized that the girl was simply taking measurements. Taishi cleared his throat and said that he wanted something for hand-to-hand combat, not just sword fighting. His budget was 9 silver coins. The girl offered to strengthen his knuckles, knee pads, and elbows with metal, and she would also strengthen his boots, but it would be a little more than his budget. The guy agreed, and the employee got to work. Taishi thought that the other world was a cool place. Then he noticed a cat. This cat was the manager who sat at the table and smoked. It seems that this world is full of wonders. Louis clarified about the weapon. The guy wants a big sword, but instead he can use wind magic. Looking at his physique, the girl said that the guy really needs a long sword. Then she asks about the conductor. The young man did not understand what she was talking about. Louis was shocked that the boy used magic without a guide. Didn't he know it was very effective? The boy thought that she was making fun of him. She showed him the cheapest conductor in their shop. She said that he would be immediately surprised by the difference when he tried it. Taishi thought that it looked like a wooden stick. Just like drumsticks, he concentrated and used wind bullets. Everything around him was sewn. The hero actually feels that he can draw magical energy through this conductor. The guy clarified about using it as a weapon. Louis said that a cheap Bulata guide would be enough. It cost 6 silver. The guy realized that the equipment and weapons are very expensive and asked for a discount. The girl looked at the manager. He made some gesture, and she announced that everything including this set would be 1 gold and 4 silver. Then, after shopping at the weapon shop, he returned back to the guild. Usti noted that he now looked more like a real adventurer. Then the guy decided to see how the weapon worked. He improved his polearm skill to level 2 just for this. He started waving his weapon. The boy felt something when he acquired these abilities. He felt that the body enhancement skill helped him when running. The improvement of swordsmanship level 2 made his body more stable, or rather, made his movements more variable. He feels that he is ready to fight in this world. The guy was sitting on a bench and resting. A girl came up to him. She suddenly confessed to him that she had only just become an adventurer. But she is afraid to fight monsters alone. She thought about joining a group, but she failed. The guy realized that the girl had offered him to be together, not as a couple, but as adventurers. She was watching the testing of his abilities. Excellent sword skills, strong magic. She really doubted whether he was a newbie like her. If such a person were in her party, that would be great. Taishi understood why she was so worried. The hero thinks that the girl is very nice, but he regrets that it was not a declaration of love. This is another world. This is a place where they can do anything to him if he is not careful. The guy told her that he does not believe her. It's all too good to be true. He senses what she's not telling him. He asks her to reveal her real motive. There are many people who are stronger than him. The girl suggested that the guy was a former knight, or mercenary. He has no experience, but his strength is abnormal. She wants to follow someone strong. Anyone who sees him would think the same. The young man thought that this is true to some extent, but this girl is hiding something. Usti intervened in their conversation and said that the girl could be trusted and that he could vouch for her. She may be a newbie, but she has a lot of knowledge and useful skills. The man told the guy not to be so suspicious about an innocent girl. After listening to the man's words, Taishi apologized to the girl for doubting her. He was very careful because he had never been to this land before. He hadn't decided anything about the band yet, so he wouldn't worry too much about it for now. He introduced himself and extended his hand for a handshake. The girl said that her name was Marl, took the guy by the hand, and said that she was very pleased to meet him. Marl said she was glad she could go on an adventure with Taishi. The boy thought it was good that she was so energetic, but the main thing was that she was his type. First of all, he decided to see how she would cope with it. The young man offered to accept the request from the guild. Marl was shocked. Even if she doesn't want to, they are adventurers, and this is another world. They are obliged to go towards adventures. The girl said that it is dangerous. Taishi stroked her head and told her that everything was fine. If it became dangerous, they would just run away. He would protect her if anything happened. The words about protection echoed in the girl's head. The guy only said that because he wanted adventure, no matter what happened, he would never tell her the truth. He asked her about which quest they should take. She said that she would leave the choice to Mr. Taishi. The guy took the weapon from the inventory and said that they could go. The girl was surprised that the guy took the weapon out of the void. Could this really be a treasure trove? Mr. Taishi can use the treasury. He calls it storage. It is not a simple ability in this world. Marl has too many things. Traveling is so hard. He doesn't need to carry his things. She envies him. The boy realized that he shouldn't tell anyone about the nature of his powers. Then the boy asked the girl about the weapon she uses. She awkwardly looked away, and awkwardly answered that it was a sword. The guy suggested sparring. He wanted to know what she was capable of. Marl started to attack the guy. He dodged and lightly hit her on the back. The girl fell. The guy has a bad feeling about this whole thing. He tells the girl that her waist should be straightened. She attacks again and starts swinging her sword chaotically. The next moment the guy tripped her and she fell. The hero suggested that she forget about creating a group and went the other way. The girl told him to wait. He seemed to understand now why Marl wasn't accepted into other groups. This girl couldn't fight. She grabbed the boy's leg and begged him to wait. Taishi decided to give her some friendly advice. She should give up this idea and become an adventurer. She would be better off returning to her home and living a normal life. However, the girl became gloomy and said that she had nowhere else to return to. Suddenly, she felt something and turned around. The guy asked her what was wrong. She answered that something was approaching. A large and menacing boar appeared from the bushes. Marl can't believe the little boar has appeared. The young man did not understand why this carcass was called small. He turned to the girl and asked for her help. He himself would go in front. However, the girl sat on her knees and trembled with horror. The young man, of course, thought about it. He can fight in another world, but he must protect no one. Marl shouted to the boy that the beast was attacking. He jumped back in time and said that it was close. The boar was faster than he thought. He noticed that the boar was following him. He did not understand the reason for such actions. He could not tear himself away. He stopped and realized that this was a great chance to test his club. He started to spin it clockwise, and a magic circle appeared around it. The guy uses Wind Slash and defeats the boar. His skills seemed to be unlimited. The girl said that it was great. That little boar with one blow. She was glad the boy was okay. He was standing nearby, breathing heavily. She ran to the guy and called him. He was shaking. He turned and cursed at her. He started telling her that they were adventurers. Adventurers would inevitably encounter danger. Would she be able to protect herself? The boy was doing his best. He lacked the strength to care for others. Marl was trembling and said that normally, F and E rank adventurers wouldn't be able to resist when meeting the little boar. She knew this and still went on the adventure. It was because he said he would protect her. The young man does not understand how the adventuress cannot protect herself. Her own life is at stake. The girl knows she has been reckless. She stands with her head down and clutches her skirt. Becoming an adventurer even though she had no ability to do so, she could fight and became a burden to Mr. Taishi. Even so, he was the only one who protected her. He is the one she wants to strive for. The guy was shocked. He walked up to the girl, stroked her head, and said that he was glad that she was okay. Then the girl asked the boy to go down to the river. She was a little dirty. She wanted to wash her clothes. The boy did not understand why, because her clothes were not that dirty. Marl blushed and said that when that little boar came out, she was so scared that she wet herself. The guy blushed and was surprised. The girl ran to the river screaming that she would be able to marry her. Then she stopped and asked the guy to marry her. The young man was shocked by the actions of this girl. Marl and he went into the forest together. They fought goblins. The girl shouted to the boy about the two creatures to his right. He answered what he understood. And then he used his weapon. Marl shouted that there were already 5 of them. A crowd of goblins was coming out of the forest. Further, behind on the left, is a small boar. The young man thought that she is useless in a fight, but she is attentive to her surroundings. Thanks to this, it is much easier to fight. Speaking of which, Marl was the first to sense the presence of the little boar. As the old man says, she probably has a pretty good sense. Taishi thinks that Marl is not completely useless. Somehow, but they won. Perhaps there are those who are hiding, that are not to relax on the way home. Their loot consisted of 3 small boars and 29 goblins. Oost said that he was glad that they returned alive. They stood there battered. The young man noted that it was quite scary. Real life and the game are truly different things. Marl ran to the man and started telling him that Mr. Taishi first took out the monsters one by one, then he put them all in his treasure box and brought them home. The guy pointed out that it was called inventory. It seems to be true. It's also written on his adventure map. This map turns out to have a very handy feature. They were given a reward. It depends on the size and condition of the body, but his small boars and goblins are worth about 5 large coppers each. Usti asked how they were going to split the reward. Usually, it was calculated in terms of contribution to the hunt. Marl screamed that she hadn't lifted a finger in the battle. However, the guy took 5 coins and moved the girl. He said that Marl was his card, and she also noticed the monsters before he did and warned him. Even during the battle, she quickly informed him of the number of enemies and their location, so this number is deserved. Despite all this, the size of our shares suggests that he did more in the battle. The man told them that they would definitely become famous adventurers with such abilities. Magic and swordsmanship, an adventurer with a treasure box, a beautiful girl with an excellent ability to detect an opponent. They complement each other very well. The heroes blushed, and the other adventurers supported the old man's words. Marl went outside and thanked the guy, who thanked her back. The girl knows that she wasn't very helpful. But she wants to take the quest in the guild together next time. The guy agreed. He thought that the other world wasn't so bad after all, but then, he had no idea. The guy opened his eyes. He recognized the ceiling of the hotel room. But he doesn't remember when he went to sleep. Then he felt a sharp pain in his head, as if a hangover was in full swing. He reached out for water and touched Marla's mammary glands. She was sleeping soundly without clothes. The young man was shocked. He thought that living peacefully in another world was much more difficult than he imagined. Marl asks the boy to take the quest together again next time. The boy agrees and leaves. Yust showed up at the door and noticed that the girl had already returned. She said that she was thinking of going to the hotel he had told her about. The man said goodbye to the girl and told her to be careful. Morning. The girl met Taishi, who was having breakfast. She did not expect to see him in this tavern. She asked to eat with the guy. Marl was happy to be in the same hotel with Taishi. Of course, it was not a coincidence. So far, everything was going as she planned. She had only one goal, to become as close to Mr. Taishi as possible, no matter what. Operation Mr. Taishi has begun. She thought that it was supposed to happen today. The young man said that thanks to her he was not penniless. The girl offered a drink. They were having fun. The girl asked the boy why he became an adventurer. He answered that he spent all his free time training with a teacher in his hometown, but he wanted to see how far he could go. He can't go back to his hometown for various reasons. The girl thought that the guy was avoiding the question, and then she asked him where he was from. He answered that he was from the Earth. Marl had never heard of such a place. She suggested that it was a very distant place. The boy confirmed this. But she is sure that Mr. Taishi has black, thin hair, slightly pointed, almond-shaped eyes, a handsome face with regular, harmonious features, a not too muscular, proportional body, and is tall. He was just like a hero from the fairy tales she often heard at home. Also, he can't go back home just like her. Taishi asked the girl what she would do now and if she had anyone she could rely on. She replied that this person was sitting right in front of her. She wants to become Mr. Taishi's wife no matter how. The hero said that they had run out of alcohol. The girl called the waiter and asked for the best drink for Mr. Taishi. Then she leaned over to Pinia and asked her to bring 1 bottle of nectar. She was surprised and ran to get the necessary thing. Marl suggested the guy try. She has no home to return to return completely, even if only today. After some time, Taishi was already drunk and was speaking incoherently about something. The girl realized that Mr. Taishi turns out to be a man who cannot keep his mouth shut. In the end, the guy said that such a thing was dangerous. Eventually, something terrible would happen. She was too attractive to lose. The girl realized that in fact he stayed drinking because he was worried about her. Somehow, when he protected her, she saw his soft side, and it was really cool. Even when they crossed paths in the city, she thinks that it was a fateful meeting. She had already fallen in love with Mr. Taishi back then. The hero asked Marl her reasons for becoming an adventurer. The girl, with a very serious face, said that she was a princess. 2 years ago, she was supposed to be married off, and her groom was supposed to be a scumbag prince from a neighboring country who, according to rumors, was simply a terrible person. The boy finished her thought by saying that she didn't like it, so she ran away from the castle to become an adventurer. The girl screamed and asked the boy how he knew about it. The guy said that it was too cliched. He meant that since she was a princess, if they hung around together, he would have a hard time. But wouldn't it be better if the adventurer married the princess? Marl asked him if he didn't like her. The young man told her that instead of looking for adventures, she could have stayed in her hometown. Marl jumped up abruptly, sat on the table, and asked the guy if she was ugly. He replied that he had not said such a thing. Then he felt a sharp dizziness. Then he fell to the floor. He looked at Marl and asked her what she had done. She said that she thought she was more worried about him than anyone else. That was what he had said about her being too nice for him to get completely wasted or for something terrible to happen. The girl smiled madly and told the guy that everything was fine and he could just lie here while she took care of the rest. The hero realized that the girl had planned all of this. Marl winked at the waitress who told him to enjoy himself. Marl and Taisha have merged their bodies. In the morning, waking up with a headache instead of water, the guy found Marl naked in his bed. Marl wished the boy good morning. Birds were singing outside the window. The guy screamed in shock. The girl asked him if he was being too cruel to scream after a night with such a beautiful girl. The hero asked why Marl was in his room. The adventuress realized that the guy didn't remember anything. She tells him that a girl of marriageable age lived in the same room with a man she knew. Taishi-san got very upset, saw beauty in her, and then she went through a lot. Now she belongs to Taishi and he can have fun with her as much as he wants. The hero was in a daze at this time. He did not believe what was happening. The girl was beaming. She said that Taishi was very active when he did it. The guy was dumbfounded. When she said she was afraid, he hugged her and held her gently from behind. Taishi apologized to her and asked her not to go into details. Then he saw the bloodstains on the sheet and felt responsible. He felt so guilty that he couldn't even look at her and then asked about the state of his body. The girl thought the guy was angry. He answered that everything was fine. There was no point in crying. He understood Marl's intention. He sat down on the bed and regretted that he did not remember the first night with such a beauty. He called it a waste. The girl put her hand on the guy's shoulder. She invited him to do it again and licked his ear. At that moment, a worker came, knocked on the door, and said that she had come to clean the room. He jumped up and said that he would soon start getting ready, so the girl should come back later. Taishi told Marl to get up. The girl began to look for her clothes. Then she began to put it on her body. The hero said that she looked quite erotic when she dressed. The adventuress was surprised by the guy's words and asked where he was looking. Then she giggled and asked him if he was really excited. He told her to calm down. He thinks that he will protect her again, even if there are any problems. The girl did not understand how the guy dared to say such a thing. He winked at her, and the number of his companions officially increased to 1. The girl walked and smiled. The hero asked her what was happening to her. She answered that when two people walk like this, it looks like a date. The guy was surprised. Going out with a pretty girl like Marl would have been impossible in the past. Thinking about how his life had been back then, he was happy with everything except his extra weight. Was this a dream? Louis greeted the visitors. Taishi asked her if it was okay to look around again. The club had helped him deal with the monsters that day, but it was no longer usable, so he went back to choose a weapon. The guy asked Marl if she had ever been to that gun shop. She said she had a couple of times. She wasn't very good at fighting. In fact, she was completely incapable. Louis came to serve Mart. The guy even envies. Suddenly, a cat came up to him and said that it seemed his weapon had been in a difficult situation. The young man was scared. He was surprised that the shop owner could talk. He said that his weapon could be used in battle. It is believed that it is needed by magicians in the rear. Magicians do not fight on the front lines. The owner asked about the same weapon. He replied that it would be nice to have a more durable one. The cat specified the budget. The guy turned to Marl and asked what she was going to buy. She replied that some kind of crossbow. They end up taking everything, so he asks for a small bonus for them. The cat gives them 24 crossbow bolts as a favor. It's a bit of a stingy offer, but since it's so, he'll take it. Marl's weapon should be complete with this. The guy was given a battle staff. The hero really liked it. It's almost the same as his previous one, so it's easy to use. Taishi took it. The cat thanked him for buying it. Marl showed the guy the crossbow she had on her hand, as if the weapon made her an adventurer. The hero doesn't understand why this girl is so full of confidence. And she is not afraid to go on a journey, because she is with Taishi. These words were said by the young man instead of the girl. She was surprised that he knew about it. The hero only laughed. Since then, he has spent a lot of time training. Taishi shouts to Ethan that he is attacking. Among others, he crossed swords with Ethan. It seems like Marl is training well with other adventurers besides him, although if you compare Marl and him, it goes without saying that he is stronger. But even so, the fact that Marl is getting stronger is not wrong. And his level increases through training. He also accumulates skill points. Now he needs to strengthen his magic spells, recovery magic, and hone the magic abilities he acquired on his first day in this world. But if he wants to fantasize, he will have to resort to theurgy. He decides to study the magic of fire, water, and earth. He put 3 skill points into each of them, raising fire, water, and earth magic to level 2. There are different types of skills and levels he can learn with this skill point system. The first time he entered another world called Elyard, a mysterious voice spoke to him. There are many things he wants to ask. In any case, there are quite a lot of skills. There should be more than 100 of them. He did not understand why some skills had different levels. The voice answered him that it reflected the experience gained in the previous world. When he was little, he was trained by Shirinji, Kempo and archery. Negotiations were mastered in the hotel industry and sales. About cooking, it is true because he cooked the food himself. The maximum level of each ability is 5. In terms of martial arts, the first level is an experienced person, the second is a knowledgeable person, the third is a teacher class, and the fourth is a superior class. The fifth is a superhuman class. This must be, and there is a status. He will not think too much. Is it worth believing the mysterious voice at all? The guy turned to the girl. He said that he wanted to practice magic and offered her to become his partner. The girl was scared. Ethan asked the guy to be softer with her. The hero remembered that incident and said that it was a misunderstanding. Actually, there is other magic that he can use. He needs to check it. If he says that he has acquired some magic through skill points, he is sure that Marl will start working with it again. The girl agreed. Taishi knelt down on one knee and told the girl to shoot him with the crossbow. The girl began to doubt, but then she pulled herself together and fired. The hero used Earth Wall. The people around were surprised. As expected, it really matches the name, but the defensive power is high. The guy told the girl to shoot again. The arrow flew at the guy. He used Water Wall. Ice covered the girl's arrow. And then it split. The young man thought that this was amazing. If the water wall hit, it would pierce the enemies and freeze them from the inside. This was a deadly ability. Ethan is glad that the magic that hurt him wasn't like that. Taishi happily said that he also has fire magic. Marl said that it's dangerous, and Yust will have problems if the guild is covered in flames. Also, the magic arrow can be used as pure first-tier magic. When he tried to shoot from the hotel window into the sky, it seemed as if using magic arrows did not require any attributes. After that, he will also increase the restoration magic to the second level. The first level of restoration magic is healing. The second level neutralizes poisons, including alcohol. Now Marl will not be able to get him drunk. Still, the most important skill at the moment is the skill of the assessing eye. He must look the truth in the eye, who Marl really is. The girl was lying on the bed and asked the guy why he was looking so serious. Taishi asked the girl again about her reason for becoming an adventurer. She answered that she was the first princess of a certain country, and they tried to marry her off to a bad man from their neighboring country, so she ran away from home. The young man does not remember. Marl doesn't want to go home. In 3 years, her younger sister will replace her as that prince's wife, and then she will come back. Even with such a sweet face, she speaks rather sharply. The young man used the skill of the appraising eye. And it turned out that Marl's name was actually Mario Vlank Miscronia. And she is in fact the first princess of the country of Miscronia. The young man does not understand what he should do. Just an adventurer with a princess, not just for one night, but for several days 28-9. The girl is worried about the knights and mercenaries. He is sure that Marl has left the noble country. Marl said that Taeshi-san was going to continue being an adventurer and become stronger. He would become a feudal lord and aim for a harem. The hero was shocked. It wasn't that he wasn't interested in it, but the word harem came from a girl's mouth. There is nothing unusual about a male adventurer having several lives. It is easy to preserve the family line. Children of adventurers have excellent genes. They often inherit high quality. The young man still doesn't understand the ordinary things of this world. Adventurers who often encounter life-threatening situations die quite easily. Since the physical pressure is too high, it is difficult to cope alone. She thinks that the best way is to show off her armor. She must be a little jealous, because her first partner, Taeshi-san, might be stolen by someone else. Marl turned away, blushed, and said that she had never said anything like that to anyone else but him. The guy thought that the girl was very cute. And it's not fair. He hugged her from behind. Then he put him on the bed. The girl said the guy's name. She looked at him. Her face was red. Marl asked the guy if he was going to keep her from sleeping tonight again. He replied that it was all up to her. Taishi lay down after his connection with Marl and couldn't sleep. He thought that if she was pursued, they would run away. He would definitely make this girl happy. Marl and Taishi are standing on the roof and waiting for something. The girl tells the guy that the time has come. He agreed with a serious expression on his face. The hero decided to borrow Marl's light crossbow to somehow cheer himself up. In addition, he now has a shooting skill. Just by training, without even distributing skill points, he can get a new skill. In order to save points, it would be better to learn it from the beginning through training. Then Marl came running. She said that they had received a task to clear out goblins. The guild was very lively. Seeing the hero, people would talk about him, saying that they now had a better chance of survival. Taishi thought that it sounded like a warm greeting, but being called a wizard really embarrassed the boy. It's because he's been practicing magic for the past few days. Maybe that made him stand out. Come to think of it, he didn't see a single magician in the training ground. Someone put a hand on Taisha's shoulder. It was Ethan. He asked them if they wanted to take part too. The hero asked if these were all the participants. Ethan confirmed it. He also added that it looks like they are going to destroy the goblins together with the Knightly Order and other troops. He thinks that it won't be difficult. Oost slammed the table and said that the task this time was to wipe out all the goblins. They were going to attack a goblin village in the forest, which was about half a day's walk from the city. The reward for each goblin killed was 5 large copper coins. Also, 2 silver coins per person for participating in this cleanup operation. But he wasn't going to pay for those who weren't working. He told them that so they wouldn't shirk their work. The adventurers weren't too happy about that. The meeting will be held today when the night bell rings. The worst thing is that they may be in the forest all night for about 2 days. He told the adventurers to take food with them. He also added that the guild's counter sold excellent canned goods at a low price. Taishi called Marl. Even though Oost sometimes likes to joke, they still have to be prepared. The girl is of the same opinion. Na suggested to prepare well for the task. 3 days' worth of canned food for the 2 of them. Also some spare blankets. The girl asked about the lantern. They should take it just in case. Next comes a bag of water. Although no, they have barrels, they can be used for water. The hero asked Uste to give him 3. He did not mind. It would be fine if they went in a carriage, but they were walking and it would be problematic to carry all this. Oost asked how much stuff could be put in his treasure box. Taishi replied that he never takes too many things so that it is completely filled. Marl said it was time to move out. There were many adventurers who had volunteered and in the background were members of the Knightly Order. Everything should be fine. He and Marl gradually increased their levels through training, the number of weapons they could handle increased, and Marl gained shooting skill. In that case, what adventures await them this time? Taishi was confident in himself and his abilities. Marl noted the beauty of one girl. The guy agreed with her and suggested that she was a sorceress. His magic is a skill system that can create a fire blade. He would like to know how to fight a real wizard. He says that it would be nice to see her abilities. Taisha and Marl's first quest together. Scout level 10, Adventurer Veteran. Behind him comes the main block of knights. Newbies are always behind. The column passed almost without problems. It seems there were a few monster attacks. Knights protect from attacks from the front, the rest cover from behind. This position protects them, the wizards. However, it is strange that earlier when meeting goblins, even if they tried to separate them, they only attacked a few units. And now these attacks are unexpected. This is some kind of nonsense. Someone shouted that a horde of goblins is approaching. Everyone needs to get ready. The sounds of battle are approaching. The front has failed to hold them back. Ethan has commanded the main body of a cheer to move into battle. Taishi shouted at Marl not to push forward. She obeyed. The goblins rushed to attack with shouts. Taishi told everyone to move forward. The next moment, he strikes at the goblins. However, having defeated some, others appear. However, for some reason, the goblins run past the adventurers. The people are perplexed. The young man asked why they were moving like that. The mage girl said that it looked like the goblins were running away from something. Marl grabbed the guy by his clothes and started shaking. She said she had a bad feeling about this. This was more than just a goblin. Marl had new danger detections. Did she detect something? A loud cry came from the forest. Something fell next to them. The young man seemed to recognize the cry. A human body with no signs of life fell nearby. Could it be that whatever was chasing the goblins was capable of such a thing? Something that was attacking goblins and could defeat a human with one blow. Compared to the goblins, this is a real monster. Taishi asks the girl to calm down and take a deep breath. He asked her what it was. He told her to rely on her skills. The girl was crying. The screams and shouts were getting closer. This is bad. Marl suddenly said that something that feeds on goblins, whose existence is shrouded in mystery, is approaching. It is a troll. A huge monster appeared from the forest. One of the adventurers stood next to his dead comrade and did not understand what was happening. This quest is a goblin hunt. Taishi ran past and tried to warn the guy. But it was too late. The troll had struck. The man shouted that people should not go straight ahead. They should attack from the flank. The enemy is strong, but he is clumsy. They should watch their movements and dodge. The knight stands and breathes heavily. The adventurer says that they should have defeated him. Another adventurer says that his arm is broken. The man with long hair told the adventurers not to relax. They had lost the knights. He told them to run away as fast as they could. However, Taishi is not going to run away. Marl told him about the troll's weaknesses. He recovers from minor injuries almost instantly. That's why the young man uses fire arrow. His regeneration won't cope with the powerful fire. People are shocked that the hero has mastered fire magic and stopped regeneration with one blow. The troll screamed in pain. People began to attack. Taishi prepared to attack again. He used energy burst. The creature screamed. The long-haired adventurer began to accelerate, then bounced off his comrade's shield, jumped up and prepared to strike the monster. And he succeeded. He cut off his head. The man landed safely. The troll staggered, and then fell. The people understand that the troll is defeated. Taishi does not understand what just happened. Coordinated technique. Use the shield as a step. This move is only possible through long-term submission in battles with large monsters. As expected from a knight. Then the man turned and looked at the hero. He said that the guy had given good support. They had gotten off with minor losses. He thanked the guy. The young man hesitated. Suddenly, something big started approaching. The hero felt it. 3 more trolls have appeared. The guy used triple the concentration of magical power. The fire enveloped the troll. He screamed. The male knight said that he would cope with everyone. The wounded should retreat back. Seeing Taishi, one of the knights did not understand why the magician was moving forward. The hero thought that even though the troll was bigger, the vulnerable points were the same as those of humans. The goal was the head. The guy pushed off the ground and prepared to attack. He hit the troll on the head. However, the number of creatures did not decrease. The monster swung to hit the guy. However, the hero quickly wounded him and carried him away, a weapon for a blow. And again, he struck the monster's head. There was one more troll left. He saw his comrade die and started screaming. The guy didn't understand where such a large amount came from. He tried to pull out the staff, but it got stuck, and as a result, he can no longer fight. The troll struck, but the boy managed to dodge. He understands that things are bad. He can't get the staff. Only the dagger remains. Magic is not only shooting. Even if his powers are limited, at least he can run away. Suddenly, something flew into the monster's eye. It was a crossbow bolt. The girl was screaming at the guy to run away. He called her names and told her to run away herself. The girl was crying and trembling with fear. The troll turned his attention to the girl. Taishi realized that this was the reason he switched to Marl. The youth understood that he had to concentrate the remaining magic on the dagger and strike. He must put in his last strength. However, after the blow, his dagger was broken. He no longer has a weapon. All that remains is to put magic into his fist. Having gathered all his magic, the guy struck the monster in the face. He hit with all his might and screamed. The guy was sitting on the ground, breathing heavily. His staff was intact. Marl rushed to hug the guy and cry. She asked him how badly he was injured because there was so much blood. The guy said that he has healing, and plus he tells her from the very beginning that when the fight starts, she should run. However, this one managed to keep her promise this time too. He told her that he would protect her no matter what. He stroked her head. The girl agreed and smiled through her tears. Suddenly, Ethan appeared and said that he understood Mr. Taishi. He also wanted to lean on his shoulder, but the hero stopped him. It looks like it's all over. The knights have dealt with the trolls, the goblins seem to have calmed down, but 3 adventurers are dead. 7 are wounded, 5 of them seriously. 6 knights were moderately wounded, the rest were lightly wounded, but one cannot judge strength by injury statistics alone. Taishi treated the hand of one of his comrades. He was in pain. He said that the front was hot, he almost died. The hero said that the participants of one quest always help each other. It seemed to him that there was not enough strength to hold the spear, or it was not being healed. Isn't the magic of restoration universal? Marl thanked the guy for the work he had done. They had used healing magic countless times. Could they relax? The boy was lucky that the 3 barrels of clean water he had collected helped with the healing. Even though they were seriously injured, he and the mage girl had recovered enough, but in order to get back on the route without problems, he desperately tried to protect Marl. In the battle with the last troll, he used the magic power on his body instead of a weapon. The magic skill Fist was strengthened. They started with 6 trolls, half of which he seems to have defeated alone. You can expect a significant share of the reward. Taishi sat and smiled. The girl noticed that the guy was happy. The knights approached them. They thanked the guy, the thing they survived thanks to him. They introduced themselves. The girl is a platoon of Crossroads mages, Lynette. The man is the first captain of the Crossroads Knights, Waltz. They thanked the guy again. Thanks to him, they defeated the trolls with minimal losses. Waltz guessed that the guy must be even A rank with such power. Taishi denies this and says that he is actually E rank. He only became an adventurer 10 days ago. This is the second quest. The knights are shocked. Lynette doesn't understand how he could master all these spells and defeat so many trolls, and E rank. The man thought about how much training he had to do before becoming an adventurer. Taishi said that the masters in the village taught how to use magic and how to fight. Although in reality he came from another world and somehow a strange voice helps him, he can't say why. Waltz said that whatever his success was, it was a big help to the knights. If he wanted to get a reward, he should leave his contacts. Marl was unhappy for some reason. Near the central square in the southern ward at the Fiery Tavern, Waltz will be there if needed. He will be glad to see him again. And then they said their goodbyes. So, with that, the goblin clearing quest is complete. Just in case, after dawn, several knights went out to scout. The goblin settlement was completely destroyed. Those trolls must have done it. So, the first goblins just fled from the trolls' attack. Some died, but they survived. That's a victory. Marl stopped and asked the guy if everything was okay. He asked what it was. The girl asked if it was possible that the knights had noticed them. The young man did not understand what that meant. She thinks that Mr. Taishi shouldn't hang out with people like that. He replied that it was no problem. He had already decided not to join the knights. Even though he got to another world and got rid of many things, he really hates it. Marl is worried about knights and mercenaries. Is there some connection? The hero does not understand what is happening in this kingdom. He is missing something. Meanwhile, in this kingdom, not only in Calendale, even in the whole world, Eliard, the owner of the most powerful force, and who is this mysterious voice? The boy knew nothing about how to maintain freedom in another world. People's cries are heard. The knights are welcomed into the city. After a deadly fight, the knights carry the defeated monster on a stretcher. The main characters are happy that they have returned and are now safe. Tay stands in a confident, victorious pose, his hands on his hips. Marl has her hands folded across her chest. They look up at the sky, feeling the joy of their success, of being able to come back. They returned to the city, where everyone welcomed them. People standing along the street shout and clap for the new heroes or quietly cry with happiness. The princess is glad to return to the crossroads where it is so safe. The knights discuss the aftermath of the battle, how hard it was for them to walk for days. One of them asks to forgive him for that time. The other says that in exchange for the adventurers' lives, the people of the crossroads must be protected. They say that this is their knightly duty. The main characters pass by these people. Taishi discusses the need to report to the guild. At this time, Marl sneezes and, in response to his comrade's concern, says that everything is fine. The guy sighs, watching the girl. Her face expresses fatigue, and her shoulders are slightly slumped. He thinks that she is tired, since she participated in such a difficult and multi-day raid for the first time. This is not surprising at all. Suddenly, the heroes are hailed by a familiar adventurer running after them. Ethan invites the protagonist to have a drink together. He is going to get some money, and then dreams of having a blast. Tacy doubts that Ethan knows how to have a good time. The adventurer gets angry at the hero, asks him to shut up, and shouts that he was able to kill 1 or 2 goblins. In response, Tacy begins to laugh at the young man. The heroes return to the guild. They cross the threshold and are greeted by Utz, the elder and leader of the guild. The man greets them and says that he was worried and wondered if something had happened when they went to the goblin village. He wonders if everyone survived. The adventurers, with mournful expressions on their faces, try to explain and, unable to find the right words, hand over 3 cards. Utz takes them in his hands and counts them, saying that 3 died. The adventurers explain that there was a sudden attack by the trolls. They say that everyone would have died if it weren't for the knights. In their opinion, only the best fighter would have survived. Utz understands that it was hard for everyone and suggests checking all the cards. Tacy calls out to Ethan and asks him to tell her what will happen to the dead adventurers who were carried away by the knights. Ethan replies that the people will be buried in the city cemetery, and their personal belongings will be given to the families of the dead. Now the hero understands everything. Taishi hands Utsu his card and Marl's card. The distributor begins to examine the hero card. He reads Matsuba's name, Taisi, and moves on to the list of victories. The man did not expect to see such indicators. He squeezes the card tighter until it creaks, and then asks incredulously and surprised if this guy could really defeat 3 trolls. It's written on his face that he simply can't believe it. He then asks if the map is fake. The young man replies that it is very rude to think so. On the other side, a fair-haired adventurer approaches them, claiming that Mr. Utz is wrong, because this young man roasted a troll with fire magic before his eyes. Another adventurer raises his hand, and also says he saw it with his own eyes. The other 2 discuss how the second one was stabbed with a staff. Marl finishes and says that Mr. Tace then tore the last troll apart with his bare hands. In the background, adventurers admire the hero's victories. They can't believe it, because it's so cool and awesome. The hero tries to say that it's not quite like that in general he hasn't done that much. He thinks that he is being overpraised, which makes him feel very awkward. Marl continues to talk about how cool Tace is, thus expressing her great love for him, and Ethan whistles and calls him a wizard, to which the guy gets angry and calls the adventurer a bastard. Everyone goes down into the dungeon and stands near the walls, freeing up space in the middle. Taishi takes the bodies of disgusting monsters out of the storage. No one expected them to be so huge. Utz talks about resource distribution. Skin and bones will be sent for armor, fat to alchemists, meat can be sold at a great price. He thinks that a damaged head is a minus, but the body will do just fine in this state. Tacy thinks that trolls are quite expensive. Ethan approaches him. He asks if the hero knew that the magical monsters whose carcasses are brought to the guild are put up for sale. For such things, they give more than they could get on the market. Utz winks at Ethan, supporting his words, and confirms that this scheme encourages adventurers to bring magical monsters specifically to their guild. Tacy asks, laughing, how much these monsters will cost. He is told that the reward for participating in the raid is 2 silver coins, but that is not the end. Utz continues to say that he can't give an exact amount, but for the troll it would be about 30 gold and another 5 for the conquest. The adventurer swallows and stutters, asking if he is talking about the amount. Tacy and Marl name an approximate sum of 105 gold. This is still approximate. The heroes are shocked by what they hear. They sweat and start shaking, and Marl even extends her hand. The princess is surprised that they will receive 105 gold for one quest. This is a dream for her. The heroes can hardly even imagine it. After all, such a sum is incomparable with the salary of an adventurer. Tacy smiles sincerely and raises his clinking mug. He offers to drink to the adventurers. to those who were able to return and those who remained there. Everyone is shouting with joy that it's all over and saying that they need to drink it all down. Everyone has similar glasses clinking in their hands. They are so full that the slightest movement causes everything to spill. After the hero receives the reward for conquering, about 20 adventurers also declare their participation. The warrior and the princess stop at a bar where for 5 gold coins you can eat and drink as much as you want, because it is better than trembling over every coin. Tacy is surrounded by girls. The first heard that he killed a troll, so he is a muscular guy. The second asks if he knows the secret of strength. The third asks to tell about adventures. Others call him handsome. Tacy cannot answer them clearly. In the background, men are discussing how lucky he is. The hero is scared by the murderous looks of the guys. He thinks that there was no talk about money, which means they are jealous of the situation itself. Marl grabs, and then abruptly and very loudly puts another bottle on the table. This action greatly frightens Taeshi and the girls, but at the same time, as she wanted, attracts their attention. She declares that today, steak and rice are free. She asks them, threateningly but politely, to try it, meaning to keep their hands off Mr. Tace. The girls responded fearfully that they would go eat and wave their hands goodbye. Joyful cries are heard from the bar. People celebrate their return from the raid for a long time. Night falls, Tace enters the room. He is very tired, so he is glad that he is finally home. He is surprised by the sleeping Marla. The girl is snoring in her sleep. The guy covers her with the blanket tighter and thinks that she has already fallen asleep since she continues to snore. Tace sits down on the bed and folds his hands on his knees. The young man understands that he has already gotten used to this life. He thinks that before he came to this world and met Marl, he was different. Tace remembers that on Earth he was an ordinary 29-year-old guy, repeating the same routine day after day. In the world of Eliard, it is thanks to Marl that every day is full of adventures for him because she loves him so much. He thanks the girl. At that moment, she wakes up and opens her eyes. Marl heard his confession. The princess sighs and, continuing to puff, tells him that even if he thanks her so much he can't look at other girls, it's unforgivable. Tace is surprised and embarrassed that she is not sleeping. He was deceived. Marl asks him if he prefers girls like that. The guy doesn't understand what she means and concludes that she was worried about it. The girl calls him a fool and completely denies it. Tace wraps his arms around Marl, squeezing her, his hands cupping her shoulder and forehead. His head rests against hers. He tells her that it was exactly like that and that he was very worried about her. He goes on to say that during that quest when she jumped out, he wanted to stay calm. Tace remembers how Marl looked at that moment. If he had lost, he would have lost the meaning of life in this world. That was all he could think about. The hero tells all this, still clinging to the girl, his eyes closed. The girl looks at him shyly and then is glad that Tace is really not indifferent to her. Her face and pose with her hands near her face express all her love for the guy. The hero screams and asks him not to interrupt. Then he throws the princess onto the bed, hangs over her and promises her that the impudent guy will attack her now. He places one hand next to the girl's head and holds her wrist with the other. They kiss, Marl calls the guy, Mr. Tace. Morning comes, birds are chirping outside, the girl wakes up. Her eyes are still half closed. Tace tells Marl that day will soon come and asks if she can get up. She sleepily replies that staying up until the morning is a cruel violation. She is all disheveled from sleep. The guy apologizes. The adventuress announces that if the hero has no contraceptives, she may have a child. He asks again, surprised. She continues that he is impatient. Marl chuckles and says that she is an adventurer, so the guild used contraceptive magic. Taishi asks if she has a cold. The girl tells that female adventurers can use the guild's service if necessary, but they can also get contraceptive magic in advance. Now the guy understands, but he doesn't understand why they need it. The princess explains that the reason is that a pregnant female adventurer is forced to stop adventuring. Taishi thinks about how the guild is losing experienced adventurers like this. The hero says that this is strange, because even if the adventurer gets pregnant and the group breaks up, something will be wrong. The other adventurers will then also disappear from sight. Marl says that in that case it is quite difficult to find a new band. In that case, there are many complications. Tace says that now everything is clear to him. He thinks about Marl, who is now in a band with him, but before that she went through a lot. The last reason Marl gives is vulgar demons in human form. It is because of them that adventurers have to learn contraceptive magic. The guy is surprised when he hears about vulgar demons. He imagines a girl with such a monster. Marl covers her body with her hands and angrily asks what is with his look. The guy laughs and, scratching his head from embarrassment, denies everything. The princess says that it is quite normal for adventurers to get married. It happens all the time. The hero thinks out loud about marriage. He thinks that Marl is also a girl he likes, so they can get married. He would be interested to know more. They leave the house. Tacy says that today they will find out how much they will get for the trolls. Then he turns to the girl and asks if she wants to go on a date. Marl is surprised and half-questioningly agrees. The hero tells her that she didn't mean it. The princess vehemently denies everything and asks him to go faster. She grabs his hand and tells him to move faster. The girl happily pulls the guy along. She is very happy. The guy tries to keep up with her brisk gait. The heroes stop next to a familiar building. Marl sighs with displeasure and asks Tace why they are in the armory. This is not what she expected from their first date. The hero apologizes and says that he broke his dagger in yesterday's battle, and an adventurer without a weapon is no good. The girl nods understandingly. Now she knows how they ended up here. The owner of the armory greets them and asks what they need. Tacy asks if there is a sword that can withstand his magic. The cat asks for a budget. The hero is ready to spend 10 gold. He wonders if there is a budget for that. The cat starts looking. Marl stops next to a shelf with various weapons and unknown vials. She is interested in a wide dagger. The hero noticed this and asked again that the weapon is probably good. The princess did not expect this question. She says he looks elegant, and she just saw him. Tace asks if she wants to look at the new crossbow. The girl makes an inarticulate sound and runs away. The guy looks at the dagger. He thinks that the girl definitely liked it. The shop owner lays out his wares in front of the heroes. Within the budget, the cat shows 2 swords. He says that the others are much more expensive. The hero picks up and examines the weapons. He notices that one sword has a large guard. The cat confirms this and says that if he has enough strength, he will give him another sword. He takes a new weapon from another shelf and, holding it in both hands, shows the mithril sword. Taishi begins to examine the weapon. He takes it out of its sheath, which begins to rustle from the touch. The boy pulls out a sword. He is very surprised. The owner of the armory begins to describe the weapon. Mithril blade, hard, strong, straight, and powerful. It is believed that it does not melt and finally has great magical power. The warrior brings the sword even closer to his eyes, grins, and concludes that even if he puts his own magic into it, it won't break. He likes it. He says he'll take it. Then Tace looks at Marl and asks if he'll get a discount if he buys such a cool sword. The cat realizes that they're talking about the mithril dagger which they were looking at earlier. The shop owner smiles and says that his brother will ruin him. Taishi looks questioningly, and the owner continues to tell that this dagger contains a pearl of wind magic. This power makes movements faster, and the weapon lighter. The cat understands that in this case nothing can be done. He offers to give both for 24 instead of 25 coins, but asks again if this will help. The owner continues to hum something under his breath while Tacy takes the coins out of the storage. The hero places exactly 24 coins on the table. They ring very loudly and scatter across the table. The sound is very loud. The coins ring, hitting each other and the surface of the table. The seller is surprised. He did not expect it. He is interested in where so many coins came from. Tacy replies that he sold the carcasses of 3 trolls. He thinks that soon the parts will appear on the market. The cat is very surprised. Everyone says goodbye. Marl wonders what kind of sword they bought. The hero says he can't wait to try it out. The princess thinks that the dagger was bought for her. She must be pleased. She runs on and says that the sword Tacy bought now wants to go for a walk. Her clothes flutter in the wind. Tacy turns his head to the girl. He did not understand where she was going. Marl stops, turns her head towards him too, folds her hands behind her back, and reminds him that he promised a date. The hero smiles and agrees. He quickly approaches the girl. She grabs his arm again. They run off to a fun date. At the knight's headquarters, the long-haired knight, already familiar to the heroes, reports to his superiors that the Crossroads Guild's campaign targeted goblins, but other monsters were also killed. They show the main character's card and agree that the trolls were also killed. The man says that the person he was talking about is Taishi Mitsuba. The girls dance, foreshadowing a fun date with Marl. The heroes stand in a crowd of people. The princess claps cheerfully. The princess and the hero are surprised by the performance. They did not expect it to be so beautiful. Marl and Tace continue their walk. They come to a dessert shop and try different sweets. Marl is very happy because it is very tasty. The girl points to something else interesting and calls Tacy to go further. The hero is also happy. He smiles all the time. She notices that the dancer looked very beautiful. The invisible guy asks if she wants to dress up like that. The girl calls Mr. Tace a scumbag and screams what he's talking about. Marl quietly says that she is in casual today. This depresses her. She really would like to dress up a bit. She needs a few more clothes, or maybe even a little luggage. The hero learns that you can't wear clothes without storage. He offers to see what you can find at his place. Tace opens the status window and goes to the clothes section. She starts to feel shy, which the hero notices and calls her that. He wants to push the girl a little more. He thinks about how to do it right and tells her that he would also like to look at Marl in cute clothes. The princess, not expecting this at all, freezes. The guy imagines how he will see Marl happy and smiling widely in a dress, or even flirty in a suit, but it is quite possible that she will also be embarrassed in more revealing clothes. Marl mumbles that he can see it. Tace is very surprised by what he heard. She confidently suggests going shopping for new clothes. The hero stands in the same pose with his fingers under his chin. He didn't think the girl would actually agree. They approach the babbling fountain. Marl puts out the bags and shows all the purchases. She was having a lot of fun. It's been so long since she's done this kind of shopping. Tacy is very happy, but he's very tired. He's overdone it a bit. The girl can barely stand on her feet. She's breathing very heavily. The princess continues to grin and laugh with happiness. She continues to rustle the shopping bags. The hero exhales and says that he has learned a lot from her too. Marl continues to laugh in response. The boy learned that in this world, most stores sell used clothes because sewing is very expensive. Ordinary people buy clothes when they can't make their own and then sell them to others. It's like a vicious circle. He says out loud that they definitely need to wear clothes. They bought so many. But he would like to do something else tonight. He is embarrassed by his suggestion. Marl is surprised. She doesn't understand if he is serious. She again doesn't know what to answer and only huffs from embarrassment. The girl notices a dress that looks like pieces of fabric and asks Mr. Tace if she really needs to wear it. He says she wanted to wear a dancer's costume. Marl yells at him to put it on himself. The invisible guy can't wait to see her. The girl calls him a liar. This makes the people around him see how well the heroes get along. Tace almost forgot about another gift for the princess. He stops at the fountain opposite the girl and, in front of Marl's surprised eyes, takes out some item from his inventory. The guy continues to smile. The hero holds out a gift tied with a thin ribbon. It is a dagger, which jingles when touched. Ticey hands the weapon to the girl, who recognizes the object. She blushes with embarrassment and asks him to wait, and then asks if he is sure that he is giving it to her. The boy thinks that he took the dagger for different reasons, because of the feeling when he saw it. He wonders which reason is the most important. Tace asks him to accept the gift without objection. Marl agrees in tears. Suddenly, people around start whistling and clapping. These are also couples who have come on a date. They congratulate the heroes, wishing them Mother Earth's blessing. Marl turns to face the people, her hair bouncing up. Tace doesn't understand what's going on. They're very confused. The guy finds what is happening around him strange. He does not understand why they are doing this. It seems to him that this is some kind of custom unknown to him. Already in the evening, the heroes return to the tavern. They are met by Pinya. She looks out of the room, not yet understanding who came because she just came out to the noise. The girl greets the heroes. She sees a guy and a girl, looks at them and starts to chuckle when she notices the dagger in Marl's hands. The tavern owner runs up to the hero and starts poking him with her elbow. She cheerfully notes that she has nothing to scold her little brother for since he made the mithril offer. Then she asks if Marl is happy. She answers in the affirmative. The worker is very happy when she starts remembering how she also melted when she received an offer from her husband. Marl is surprised that the offer was from her husband. She replies that she doesn't hear. Pinya runs up to the man next to her and says that the owner of the burning anvil is her husband. She asks for consent and says that is why she is the landowner here. Marl is very surprised by what she heard. The princess screams that she didn't know. She didn't tell him that the daughter of the owner of Tetsutsuki Pinya is actually his mate. The dwarf girl replies that their race ages more slowly than humans. Taishi intervenes in the conversation. He asks to wait and forgive her for interfering. The guy spreads his arms, scared by the guess he needs to confirm. He asks the girls if the gift made of mithril has any special meaning. The girls freeze in shock. They can't fully comprehend his question. The guy understands that he was wrong. He feels a piercing gaze on himself. The tavern owner asks why Tacy gave her the dagger. He thought Marl would just like it. Marl says she thought it was for her protection, but it was for a completely different reason. She, still in shock, begins to sob with grief. Her shoulders tremble and her face contorts with pain and despair. Tace is very scared and tries to deny everything. The guy strokes the princess's head. He doesn't understand her. Then he addresses Pinya by name, quickly changes it to the designation as the mistress, and asks to explain everything. Pinya didn't expect that he really didn't know. She asks him to turn on his brain. Tacy reaches out to the tavern owner, who begins her explanation by saying that when a normal man gives a woman a mithril dagger, it can only mean one thing. Then, looking into the face of the hero, who is horrified by the situation, he continues, "The meaning of such an act is, be mine and protect your chastity with this." Taishi concludes that this is the so-called proposal. The girl is surprised that he has come to his senses. She asks what else he could be thinking about. The hero, realizing the situation, begins to scream silently. His scream spreads beyond the house, filling everything around. Everyone gathers in the room. Marl continues to cry, still clutching the dagger in her hands. The guy offers to have dinner. Pinya angrily replies that she will not leave him alone with a girl whom he was able to bring to tears. Tace asks Marl to listen to him. The princess raises her head, waiting for him to continue. The hero tries to formulate at least something. He thinks of apologizing because he made her cry, and then admitting that he did not know about the meaning of the gift. In the end, he simply asks for forgiveness and takes the dagger in front of the shocked girls. Marl did not expect such an act at all. The girl is horrified that he asks for forgiveness and apologizes for the false proposal. Tace screams back that it is not so. He is not apologizing for this, but for the inappropriate form of the proposal. The guy takes a deep breath, tells himself to calm down and pull himself together. He has to act straight. Then he gets down on one knee, holds out the weapon, and asks to try again. Red with embarrassment, he asks to accept the dagger. The princess is very surprised. Her hand is shaking violently when she extends it in response. Pinya is very happy that the situation has been resolved this way. Marl hugs the gift tightly to her chest, squeezing it with her hands and, already with tears of happiness in her eyes, agrees to accept the mithril confession. The tavern owner exhales, says goodbye to the heroes with a laugh, and leaves the room. Marl sneezes from worry. Tace can't fully comprehend what happened. He's still confused. He asks Marl to stop this waterfall as he helps her wipe her runny nose. The girl did not expect to be soothed. Marl screams Mr. Tace's name and jumps on him. The heroes kiss. The girl says how happy she is. She chuckles with joy. Tace also exhales and agrees with her. The heroes call each other by name. They have a very long night ahead of them. Morning comes. Tazy wakes up from the bright sunlight that breaks through the curtains, yawns and thinks that it is already day and he needs to get up. He gets up, continuing to yawn. He has not slept well at all. Marl continues to sniffle, her mouth wide open and her arms spread out to the sides of her face. The hero pulls his hand towards her, which makes a rustling sound when it touches the girl's skin. Tace tenderly kisses Marl on the bridge of her nose. She opens one eye and calls him Mr. Tace. He apologizes for waking her, but all he hears in response is a mumble. The heroes wish each other good morning. The night passed joyfully for them. They get dressed and leave the room. They are met by Pinya, whom they greet, asking if dinner is ready. The hostess looks at those who entered silently and then smirks. Embarrassed, Tace thinks that it was a face. Yes, I understood what you were doing. Pinya nods to her thoughts and puts the cutlery on the table. Marl reacts more calmly than the hero. The tavern owner hands over a letter addressed to the hero. She is glad that she can finally give it to him. Tace is surprised that he was sent anything, especially a letter. The news surprises Marl too. The boy reads the contents of the message. He is invited to visit the Crossroad Knights garrison of the Kingdom of Calendale. Then he asks the girl what she thinks. The question makes Marl tremble. She says, closing her eyes, that it must be great when knights invite. Marl's reaction worries the hero. He thinks of ignoring the offer, since the knights are their opponents. He asks the princess to stay in the guild while he sorts out what's going on. It's too rare for anything to happen in the guild, so he needs to check. Marl accepts his words and asks him to take care of himself. Crossroads is one of the cities in the Kingdom of Calendale, where a new patron is chosen every 5 years. The candidate must be a nobleman of at least the rank of count. As far as the hero remembers, in Calendale the ranks are in descending order: Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron, Quasi-Baron. He learned all this thanks to Marl. It was she who tried to explain the ranking system to him, and besides these, there are others, for example, the palace ones. Taishi approaches the Crossroads Knights garrison, which is located in the western Crossroads region of the Kingdom of Calendale. He still does not understand why he could have been called. While waiting for further events, the hero decided to check his status. During this time, several training points had accumulated. He decided to distribute them. First, the general skill of the sword and long weapon was raised to 4. Second, the combat level to 3. Magic also increased to level 3. As a result, his skills looked like this: shooting 1, fire magic 3, water magic 3, wind magic 3, earth magic 3, pure magic 3, healing magic and restoration magic 3, physical strength and magic enhancement 1, cooking 1. When the knight appeared in the passage, Taishi exhaled. It seemed that he was heading towards him. The young man apologized for the long wait. The hero greeted him back. Suddenly, the knight pulls out his sword and holds it out towards the hero, asking him to fight. The outlines of the arena for training fights are visible behind the door. This greatly surprises Taishi. He did not expect this at all. All that was heard by all present was the clang of falling swords and the desire to surrender from the hero's opponents. Another battle was stopped by a raised hand and a black glove. A familiar knight declares Taishi the winner of the duel. The breathless hero at this time thinks only about why this training was arranged. Other knights are located around. They are interested in watching what is happening. People continue to whisper about how good the adventurer is not only in magic but also in sword technique. Such people are rare, so they command respect. An unknown person enters the ring and praises the hero for his amazing swordsmanship. That person was Twaining, the leader of the Crossroads Knights of the Kingdom of Calendale, a Viscount Count. He approaches while still clapping, and then asked if Taishi would like to become one of the knights or even one of the kendo instructors. Taishi realized that finally a boss had appeared, or rather a real nobleman. The hero declared that it was a great honor, but he preferred the free and carefree business of an adventurer, and his manners were too rough. Then the boy asked what they were going to do today. Twaining pointed at the knight, who nodded and said that his name was Waltz, and that he was dealing with adventurers, so the leader wanted him to take a look at one of them. He then reminded her of the troll extermination the other day and snapped his fingers, calling the maid with the reward. He asked her to accept the item as payment, as there were legal restrictions on giving money directly. Taishi looked at the tray and saw a knife and a case. The hero extended his hand and asked if he could take a look. The knight leader of course allowed him. The adventurer activated the Eye of Evaluation and was very surprised by what he saw. A window appeared in front of him with the name of the knife. It was a hunting knife with no special effects. Taishi called the weapon simple, but praised the beautiful stone. He thought about how well it was made, but he was also surprised by the carved design. He was curious about its meaning. The hero remembered wondering whether it was necessary to hire an expedition, but it was the right decision. Twaining is glad that the hero liked the gift. Taishi thanks the leader in return. Then the man remembers something. He says he heard how strong he is in magic. The adventurer gets the feeling that the true purpose of his visit has not really been revealed yet. The hero is brought to the Magic Corps of the Royal Guard of Calendale, where the Crossroads platoon is located. He is met by Marks, the leader of the Magic Corps, an honorary baron. He greets the hero on behalf of the entire platoon of the Magic Corps. Taishi thinks that there is a magical cavalry station near the Knights' training ground. He introduces himself out loud and says that he is very pleased to meet the leader. The man thanks him and introduces himself in return. The adventurer looks at the information window. He understands that in front of him is another person of nobility, because Marks is an honorary baron. Suddenly, the leader grabs the guy by the shoulder. Taishi didn't expect this at all. Marks continues to pat the hero on the shoulder and, with a smile, offers to sit down and discuss everything, of course, together with Mr. Twaining. They move towards some kind of glowing ball lying surrounded by other magical objects. The guy asks what kind of object it is. The leader of the Magic Corps kindly replies that it is a magic object for checking the condition. This is a very expensive thing that digitizes and shows a person's magical skills and abilities. Taishi doubts this procedure. He thinks it would be bad if everyone knew about his skills. However, he sees no reason to refuse. Marks continues to laugh. He calls the hero buddy and asks to quickly put his hand on the crystal ball. The guy raises his right hand and places it on the ball, which begins to glow brighter and brighter and make a whistling sound. A status appears in front of those gathered. It is full of characteristics. Taishi sees his status appear and thinks that at first glance there is nothing special there. He takes a deep breath and praises the magic item, calling it amazing. Then he looks closer and swallows nervously. The knights and leaders stare at the status, their faces frozen in an unreadable mask. Mark starts smiling again and starts another friendly conversation. He asks if it's right that the hero's name is Taisi. He's curious about where he's from. Taishi replies that he came from Jiyuu. He does not understand the purpose of the question. The knights talk among themselves whether they really heard it. They did not know that the hero came from such a place. The leader doubts, since the hero must be from a famous family. Taishi tries to express surprise. He tells him that he would not say that this statement is a mandatory rule. The guy understands that the conversation has taken a bad turn. The girl is surprised by the hero's level 12. The other young men discuss the incredible amount of magic power and the level 4 of kendo and long sword skills. They wonder if he could have had such a level before coming to them. Waltz is silent and swallows nervously. He doesn't know what to say from shock. Everyone declares that the hero is definitely in front of them. Taisi freezes in surprise. Tace starts screaming that they are definitely wrong, that everything is not like that, because he has completely normal parents. Twining chuckles in response and says that he gives up. Numbers cannot be deceived, so it does not matter where the hero came to them from. Marx explains with a serious expression that every time a good person levels up, their ability values only increase by 1 to 3 units. Taishi's magic power is too high, it's not normal. The leader concludes that this is none other than a hero. Taishi exhales and says that they have convinced him. He asks what happens to those who become heroes. Twining replies that such a person first of all has a number of responsibilities. Firstly, always report your location. The hero is obliged to inform the guard or guild where he is. Secondly, the government can send him requests. The hero is obliged to answer them. Government requests must be fulfilled. Taisi thinks that this was the first duty, and besides it there is a second, even more troublesome one. Suddenly he will be simply overwhelmed with applications and requests. The leader notes that, of course, there are advantages. The first is freedom of movement. The hero can move freely between countries, so traveling is much easier. But there is one remark about the second obligation. When carrying out government assignments, the state in which the hero is located is responsible for all expenses. But if this is a request from you as an adventurer, then such a request does not count. Taisi understood everything. He expected that there would be more restrictions. But still, it turns out that the hero supports not only Callendale, but also the entire country he is in. He wonders what is so dangerous that threatens the entire world. Twining finishes his speech. He says that the country needs the power of heroes, and it will not stand for a price. Most of the requests are only related to the destruction of troublesome monsters. Taishi crosses his arms, worried by the words about the heroes acting as a mere force to fight monsters outside the country. The leader swallows in displeasure. The guy gesticulates vigorously and asks not to think that he is pursuing an ulterior motive. He does not want to quarrel with the government. Such stories were in his world, for example, the end of the hero. Twining exhales and calls it a wise decision. The leader then turns to his subordinate and says that Taishi will be sent to the capital for official registration. He announces a celebration in honor of the new hero. Marx pats Tace on the shoulder again. He has a friendly expression again. It turns out that this is the first hero in Callendale in the last 50 years. Of course, it will be difficult, but he will definitely cope. The leader of the Magic Corps says goodbye to everyone, and his assistant nods silently after him. The protagonist realizes that he smells something. There is a catch here. He needs to ask a few questions to professional magicians, because knowledge is power. With a friendly smile on his face, he turns his head to the people standing next to him and asks them to tell him a little about magic. After all, Taisi is almost self-taught, so she doesn't know if there is anything other than the 4 basic attributes and pure magic. The mages are happy to tell everything they know, and they agree. The hero swallows hard again because he thought being a servant was absolutely disgusting. However, this world may be made differently, and everything will be different. But this is his life, and he will live it the way he sees fit. Tace returns to the guild where Marl was waiting for him. The girl immediately jumps up and begins to greet him. She was wondering all this time what he was told. The guy scratches his head and admits that he doesn't know how to say it, but he was certified as a hero. Marl was shocked by what she heard. Oots was also surprised. He hit the table with his fist and immediately began asking again if he had heard correctly. Taisi continued that he might soon have to go to the capital to get official certification. The adventurers couldn't believe that the real hero was in front of them. Oots thought it was a joke. Unfortunately, it wasn't a joke. Taisi said that the status check confirmed that he was a hero. Marl ran up to the hero with anger in her eyes. Taisi, seeing her face, asked if she was okay. The girl asked in response whether Mr. Tace understood that in this country being a hero is a very serious matter. The guy did not expect such a reaction at all. Marl wonders if Tace understands that being a hero is a serious matter in this country. How can he not understand that? The masked strangers are given a new destination. They say they have realized that their new target is the crossroads. They ride their horses at full speed towards their goal, the hero Mitsuba Taishi. Utz crosses his arms over his chest, repeats Taisi's new assignment and says that this is a big deal, the guy should know and understand it. Marl continues to frown. She glares at the man. He waves his hands in fear and asks for forgiveness because he really can't share her anger. The girl grabs the guy's hand and asks him to follow her. Tace still doesn't understand why everyone is so serious, but she still continues to follow the princess. Marl explains that heroes are a mutation in the human race, rumored to be one in hundreds of thousands or even a million. Their physical strength is normal, but their magical strength is 2 to 6 times higher than that of an ordinary person. According to a treaty made 500 years ago, the heroes do not belong to any specific country. They are a global force fighting against threats to the human species. Every country participates in protecting and supporting the heroes. They also say that the demon king who conquered the world in the past was also a hero. Frustrated, Tace falls to his knees in front of the girl. She sighs deeply and calls him by name. She doesn't know what it's like to be a hero in this country. Heroes are constantly fighting the strongest monsters outside of the country's borders. In fact, it's a system of killing heroes because they can't be controlled. Tace asks again if he heard the word correctly. Slaughter. Are the heroes really undesirable to society? Marl nods in agreement. Her face expresses the seriousness of the situation. She confirms this. One hero, according to people, is comparable in strength to the army of an entire country. The guy concludes that this is actually a serious danger to the country. If a hero with such power starts to cause unrest, then the army will be powerless, and if the hero also enlists the support of the citizens, then he can easily overthrow the ruler. This is the reason why the royal family and nobles are afraid of heroes. For these people, it is more peaceful to exterminate the uncontrolled as soon as possible. What will be the enemy's first move in this case? Reconnaissance or... Taishi can't believe the guess. It can't be what he thought. This is murder. Taishi imagined the hero being struck down by the sword of one of the masked anti-heroes. The real reason why Calendale hasn't had any heroes in the last 50 years is because the kingdom has been secretly exterminating them before they were even registered. He remembers hearing that theory in A Hero's End. Marl's reaction makes sense now. He doesn't understand why he would go that far. He's not very familiar with the country's traditions and beliefs. One of them is that some deeply religious nobles believe that heroes disrupt the harmony of the world. That's why anti-heroes exist. Faith in God and the protection of the royal family, this is how the kingdom has been killing adventurers certified as heroes for over 50 years. Tace thinks that even though Marl belongs to another country's royal family, she has great authority in this country too. He tells her that he is not going to let them kill him for that reason. The hero asks if Marl really thinks so, if they really are coming to kill him. Marl does not rule out this possibility. She asks what Tace plans to do now. The guy lowers his head and remains silent in response. His status and skills have already been noted. Based on this information, his strength can be estimated. He still has a chance. However, if the reasoning is correct, and Calendale has sent assassins after him, what should he do first? Tace asks Mari again if he understands correctly that defeating monsters helps to level up, and leveling up makes you stronger. He remembers how he killed a boar and increased his stats. The girl says that as the level increases, the hero's power increases to a greater extent. Then she falls silent and thinks for a second. A thought dawns on her. She understands what Tacy wanted to say. The guy smirks as they are thinking the same thing. This is a great idea. Marl emotionally asks if he wants to use force to protect himself. Tace says she hit the nail on the head. They should go monster hunting now, because he needs to get stronger and increase his containment. This will also help Marl as it will reduce the risk of her being taken hostage. The girl needs to become stronger. In her case, if you can't cope with force, you need to use cunning. The hero quietly asks if Marl is ready to go on a campaign with him. He is afraid of refusal. Marl asks again if this is an escape. Tace promises that this is for the first time. The girl clutches the mithril dagger in her hands and says that she will go where Tace is going. The guy sighs with relief, but is shocked to see the girl trembling with fear. He hugs her and asks her to forgive him for everything. If the hero acts carelessly, all of Callendale will turn against them, and he also drags Marl into all of this. Tacy thinks about what has happened. Maybe the initial appeal to the knights was a mistake. Or maybe the mistake was the beginning of the goblin cleansing. We can talk about this endlessly. Marl looks at the hero with concern, her eyes full of tears. She reaches out to him and calls his name. It's as if she's telling him that he's not alone, that she'll always be there. Tace realizes he is ready to burst into tears of happiness. He thanks Marl for her support with tears in his eyes. A single tear rolls down his cheek and drips onto the girl's hand. The heroes begin to eat, their utensils clanking. Taishi says that he needs to buy weapons and food, as well as magic items, spare weapons, and care products. He asks if it's hard to blend in with the guild. Marl replies that it can't be that way. The princess explains that the guild is subordinate to the kingdom, so they won't be able to get anything, because the main purpose of creating the guild is to identify heroes. Taishi now understands. The kingdom uses adventurers to kill monsters, and also to identify heroes who will achieve outstanding results. Population control, human resource development, security, cheap labor. The solution is effective from all sides. The people who implemented this system are very smart. They finish eating. Tace decides to run away to the city immediately and asks to take everything they need. Marl agrees. When his things are packed, he looks at everything and remembers that he hasn't paid his rent yet. The heroes go to the landlady. She asks in surprise if he is really going to rent a house in the city. She blossoms because she thinks that Tacy has proposed and is now going to settle down. This makes her very happy. The guy grins contentedly and confirms the assumption. Pinya smiles even wider and puts her hands together. Isn't it great to see such a sweet couple? She wonders where they are going to settle. Marl thinks she doesn't know what to answer. Tace evasively says that it's at the crossroads and promises to contact her as soon as he settles everything. They are planning to leave tomorrow at dawn. Pinya is left alone. She sighs deeply because she feels lonely. Tace is glad that everything went well. He thinks that it will take them a few days to realize that he and Marl escaped from the crossroads. The heroes have fled the city. Now it's better not to even think about what they did. Tacy generously collected supplies for the camp in less than an hour. He spent about 50 gold pieces on it, but nothing can be done. The hero has a huge appetite. A girl and a guy in raincoats with hoods pulled down low over their eyes are walking down the street. They are constantly looking around. The heroes walk in a crowd of people. The gates, fortunately, are open. The travelers continue to talk loudly. Tacy thinks that he has decided to go beyond the reach of the Crossroads Knights first. Marl whispers that they should go to the southeastern forest. She heard that deep in the great forest, there were ancient ruins. If they went through the forest, they would quickly find themselves in the kingdom of Micronia. They continue walking. Tace asks again if he heard the name correctly. Marl confirms that everything is correct. The hero remembers that he saw this name in the girl's status. Now he is sure that she comes from this state. Marl explains that, unlike other countries, the kingdom of Micronia is committed to protecting heroes. According to historical sources, the royal family's ancestors were also heroes, as were many of the aristocrats. It is an ideal country for such people. Taisi became interested. He needed to see for himself. A girl and a guy, hidden by cloaks, head towards ancient ruins. The first day of the escape has arrived. Tace is training Marl. They have chosen a ferocious boar as an opponent. The hero wonders if Marl can handle it. He asks her not to rush and attack only when the monster is very close. The monster attacks the princess. The girl dodges the boar's powerful attack with a sharp and quick movement. She jumps high and strikes from behind. Taishi thinks she managed to dodge it well, but the strike itself still leaves much to be desired. Maybe it's because she's afraid of hurting living beings. Marl cuts a loudly screaming boar into two halves. It is obvious that this is very difficult for her. She breathes heavily as she looks back and asks what Mr. Tace will say. The hero pats her on the head and tells her to learn how to handle a dagger first and to start springing her legs. The girl, almost crying, promises to try. The escape of hero Taishi has begun. He notices that the sun is setting and wonders if this is a good place to spend the night. Marl doubts that it is possible to spend the night here, so close to the forest they can be attacked by predators. The sounds of wild boars can be heard around. Tace suggests something to do. Before escaping, he managed to ask the guild for useful magic for the camp. Taishi begins to cast spells, using two characteristics, a level 3 magic barrier, and an increase in magic power and mana restoration of level 2. He suddenly sits down on one knee and, holding the staff in his hands, shouts to activate the magic shield. A protective magic appears from his staff and covers Marl, who is frightened by his quick appearance. A huge magical shield, similar to a honeycomb, is formed around the heroes. Marl looks at it and feels it with delight. For her, such magic is incredible. Tace explains that this magic is material, so she can touch it. They are safe inside, the shield can withstand even a troll attack. Now he offers to eat. To do this, he opens the inventory and selects a set of products, a wooden box, a cutting board, a pot, raw bread and meat. In front of them appear small steak, salted meat, vegetables and soup. All this is placed on the board. The heroes try the food and freeze in delight. Marl says it's very tasty, and Tace says it's very fluffy. The girl happily remarks how much she enjoys cooking with Mr. Tace. He has fresh ingredients and seasonings. The hero does not like this. She enjoys cooking, passing it on to others. He asks if she knows how to cook. Marl grabs a fork and knife and calls herself a taster with delight in her eyes. Now the guy understands everything. The girl suggests trying to wrap the meat in bread, so it will be twice as delicious. She asks for more bread, a lot of bread. Tace exhales heavily, calls her a princess, and agrees with her. She loudly asks him not to fool around. Marl continues to discuss the taste of the food. It tastes so good, it's like she's in heaven. Tace chuckles, that's how happy she is. When he sits next to her like this, he can forget for a while. Forget that they are now traitors to the state. 3 days have passed. During these days of hunting, Tazy reached level 16 and Marl level 7. Now they cut up goblins in no time. The girl has mastered new sword skills, and the hero has acquired such skills as stealth and awareness. The princess's intelligence and survival skills have also become even higher. Marl is happy about the victory, and Tace is also happy, but at the same time, feels guilty. The hero also acquired the Magic Eye skill and raised his poison resistance to the maximum level 3. Just in case, he saved a few skill points, so he could cleanse himself of toxins if he didn't die right away. On the 3rd day of their escape, they finally reached the ruins, half-destroyed buildings with columns. Such an abundance of columns reminded the hero of a temple. It is a very beautiful place, but there is no sign of life here. Taishi finds it strange that no one has settled here yet. Perhaps the reason is that the area around the temple is a shrine or the barrier erected in ancient times still works. The heroes continue to examine the ruins and stumble upon mountains of human remains. They have clearly been here for a very long time. Marl says there are just skeletons everywhere, lots of skeletons. Tace agrees, he assumes they were all preying on this platform. However, the lack of damage seems very strange to him. Suddenly, something shines on the skeleton's finger. He suddenly calls out to Marl. She is very frightened by the loud scream. She starts shaking with fear, asks him what happened, and asks him not to scream so suddenly. Tace examines the status of the item he found, a protective ring that reduces damage from magic. He asks the girl to look at the ring he found. It is beautiful and increases magic power. Marl is also surprised. The hero thinks there must be a lot of treasure here. Besides hunting monsters, the second, no less important source of income for adventurers is treasure hunting. This is what he is thinking of doing. He happily says he found some more useful things, then asks if Marl needs any magical accessories. The girl senses something is wrong. The hero asks how she feels. Marl doesn't think they are cursed. Tace shows a whole mountain of jewelry, rings, bracelets, necklaces, and pendants on a chain. Marl, shaking, picks everything up and says she can't do this. Take things off these people. Tace understands her feelings, but the people won't need it anymore. Taking them off is part of the funeral service. He takes the ring of empowerment and puts it on his middle finger, and Marl advises to choose something for magic. She agrees. Tace looks at his storage with enthusiasm. He considers whether it is possible to place the object in a non-magical storage. He thinks it's cool. The hero hands the ring to Marl. The girl puts it on and approaches the man from whose body they took it. She stands silently and looks at him. Tace sees her folding her hands over her chest and crying bitterly. He decides to support her, comes closer, also folds his hands and closes his eyes. And so they stand. A statue of a headless girl appears before the heroes. Tace asks Marl if she thinks this might be the god that the dead people worshipped. The girl answers doubtfully that she is not sure about that. She suggests that it could be a god that was worshipped in the past and now forgotten. The guy agrees with her. Marl, unfortunately, knows very little, since she is not an expert on ancient civilizations. Tace understands this. He continues to think that he still can't fully understand all of this. Suddenly, they hear some strange noise. They look around in horror. Everything around them is plunged into darkness. Suddenly, torches are lit. Some whispers are heard. Tacy does not understand what it is. Maybe it is an illusion. Before them appear people praying, asking someone to send them a hero. They shout about it more and more insistently and loudly. Tacy is horrified at the idea of who these people are. People take out knives and, calling on God to send them a hero, cut themselves. Marl can only scream in horror. Tace is still asking what it is. The people on their knees continue to pray and ask more and more insistently to send a hero to them. This request is heard from all sides. The girl is frozen in horror. The hero is trying to understand what is happening here. The man lying on the ground begins to be covered in smoke. Taishi shields her face from the bright light. A young man in a school uniform appears in the sky from this cloud of light. People spread their arms and begin to greet the hero who has appeared. The man looms over the adventurer. Tace begins to guess who this boy is. Here it all ends. The vision disappears. The heroes sigh in surprise. Tacy can't fully comprehend what happened. Everything around is already calm. It was a very strange vision. What happened here in the past? He quickly turns to Marl and, calling out to her, asks if all heroes were summoned by rituals like this. Marl continues to tremble and denies it. Heroes are just talented people, they can't be summoned. In this world, the strongest are the heroes. Are they really people with mutations, summoned from another world? The heroes turn around and see that the skeletons, as in the vision, are lying in bent, pleading poses. Their hands are lying in the direction of the guy and the girl. There is still one question left, so who was the hero that the ancient people called upon? Marl and Tace fall to the ground. Unfortunately, they have no clues. The guy says he's tired, the princess supports him, she has no strength either. So many questions. Why was this temple built? Who was that boy? The mystery is called a mystery because without clues it cannot be solved. If you act as in normal games, maybe the hero will be able to solve this riddle. He calls Marl by name, she responds. Tace begins to say that he is the same as the boy. She listens to him attentively. The guy covers his eyes with his hand and admits that he could have been summoned, just like that hero. Marl jumps in surprise. She didn't think she would hear such a confession. Tacy goes on to say that on the day they first met, he found himself in a field not near the crossroads. There was no one around. He had only a little money and a minimum of things, so he decided to become an adventurer. The girl continues to look at the hero. He adds that he did not come from this world. Before that, he lived in a completely different world. That world was very calm. There were no monsters, magic, and there had been no wars for 50 years. Did Marl know about this? So, he is quite unusual. The princess rises and extends her hand to Tace. She puts it on his head and removes his hand, opening his eyes. She tells the hero that for her, Mr. Tace will always be Mr. Tace. The guy did not expect such a reaction. He looks back at Marl, who, with an embarrassed smile on her face, says that in front of her is her dearest person. Tacy closes his eyes and thinks that if this moment could last forever, how happy he would be. A dark silhouette appears from behind the column. He takes out a bow and pulls the string, aiming at the heroes. The arrow hits Marl square in the chest. She starts to fall to the side in surprise. Blood starts to flow from the wound. Marl doesn't have time to understand what happened to her. She falls, and Tace tries to call her. More dark silhouettes appear behind them. The masked antiheroes silently continue to shoot arrows at the heroes. Tace turns around at the whistling sound. He shouts loudly, summoning a windshield. The wind curls around the heroes, protecting them from flying arrows. The masked men did not expect such resistance. They could barely hold on under the onslaught of such a strong wind. The arrows hit the shield and fall to the ground. Tace picks up Marl and continues calling her. The girl breathes hoarsely and heavily. The hero pushes off the ground. The heroes disappear before the eyes of the annoyed mercenaries. The masked men click their tongues in frustration, realizing that their target has escaped. Tace runs and thinks about whether this is serious. How can they be so fast? Even though he ran to the city to confuse them, how did they catch up so quickly? It's too weird. The hero shouts that he will heal Marl. The girl shows no signs of life. She no longer holds her body and relaxes in his arms. Tace tries to use healing and restorative magic. He keeps calling Marl. He asks her to open her eyes. His requests become more and more insistent. He screams louder. But nothing helps. Marl does not regain consciousness and simply falls at his feet. Tace is horrified by what she saw. What could it possibly be? The hero checks the arrow's status and realizes that it is poisoned. The outcome of such a weapon is lethal. The guy continues to tremble. He cannot believe that Marl is really dead. He always saw only a happy Marl. The girl was everything to him. She, who appeared so unexpectedly before him when he came into this world, the girl who unexpectedly ran away from home, made him what he is now. N remembers the happy moments they spent together. He loved the relaxed and free Marl the most. He remembers more and more happy moments. But most of all, Tacy didn't know how warm it is when there is someone who thinks about you all the time. The princess was able to love and accept him for who he is. There is no such person as Marl in this world or his homeworld. He even thought that maybe he came to this world just to meet her. Tace grabs Marl. He asks her to open her eyes again, asks her not to leave him alone. No matter what freedom they offer him, it makes no sense if the girl is not there. While he was distracted by Marl, they were surrounded by anti-heroes. There were even more of them than Taishi saw the first time they met. One of the mercenaries smiles and says that it is Taishi Mitsushiba's turn. The hero looks at the mercenaries with devastation. His world has collapsed at this moment. He looks at them and thinks that these freaks killed his Marl. The masked men are preparing for battle. Tacy continues to talk about what other country, what other nobility, because of these stupidities, Marl died. The hero takes a sword from his inventory and goes towards the mercenaries. They laugh at him and shout, did he really decide to let them kill him in peace? Tace remembers more happy moments with Marl. Her, when she was embarrassed, laughing and crying next to him, how happy they were together. He continues to think only about his Marl. All this makes him angry and makes him forget about common sense. Suddenly, a wave of power erupted from him, hitting the sky. The masked men were not prepared for this. They surrounded the boy and prepared their weapons for battle. This release of power makes them tremble and grip their swords even tighter. One of the anti-heroes raised his hand and asked if the hero had really decided to deal with them alone. Another supported him, that Tace could do it alone. The others silently supported this. Tace responded to this with silence. The masked men, thinking of an easy victory, began to laugh very loudly. The hero, however, grabbed the sword more comfortably and stood in a fighting stance. He thought that he didn't care about any words. Everything around him turns black, and he feels like his head is covered in an immense darkness. He yells at the mercenaries that he will kill them all. He cries heart-rendingly and screams that he will kill everyone. He will destroy all the freaks who killed him, Marl. Taishi loses his human form. He continues to scream and attacks the mercenaries. He uses a sword and various types of magic, but he keeps thinking that these are the bastards who killed his Marl. He repeats this to himself after each blow. 1 mercenary, 2, 3, no one can resist him. The blows continue, masks and cloaks fly in all directions, and in Tacy's head the same phrase keeps sounding. He thinks only about revenge on those who killed his Marl. Marl laughing, surprised, happy. All of this is overshadowed only by the thought that she is dead, she is dead, she is dead. These people took away Tace's world, his Marl. The girl continues to lie there, showing no signs of life. She lies in the same place, and there is an arrow lying nearby. Tace imagines the last image in which he saw his Marl. He calls her. Taishi continues to cry, covered in the blood of his opponents. He looks up at the sky and lowers his sword, while his defeated opponents lie around him. His magic is building around him. The tears flow more and more. The hero grabs his sword again and turns to the last surviving masked man. Well, he's ready to deal with him too. The mercenary clutched her wounded shoulder and, breathing heavily, leaned against a half-destroyed column. Taishi, completely out of his mind, tells her that now only she is left. The hero points his sword at the girl. They are left alone. Tace looks around. He sees a bunch of people lying nearby. The thought that these freaks he killed his Marl, his dear, is still spinning in his head. The girl in the mask continues to silently look at the hero. Here she makes a dash and tries to escape. The adventurer hisses in anger. Does she really think she can escape from him? In order to stop her, he uses the ice bullet spell. Ice needles cut into the mercenary's leg. The girl can't hold on and falls sharply to the ground. At that moment, the mask flies off her face and also hits the ground. Tacy confidently approaches from behind. He quickly and strongly grabs the girl by the collar of her coat. The blow hurts her head. Her face is very familiar. Tace has seen her somewhere before. The hero lifts her off the ground. The girl only wheezes from helplessness. Tacy menacingly asks her about the fact that they came to kill him. In that case, they should have been ready to be killed. The girl says that they were only following orders. Tacy begins to form a new spell. At this time, he continues to talk to her. He wonders if she has decided to beg for mercy. This is ridiculous. He promises that he will not kill her if she tells him the whole truth. However, she must be punished. The hero casts a spell on the mercenary, causing an electric shock to run through her entire body. She screams in pain. She is in so much pain that she simply cannot utter a word. She only cries and wheezes. Tacy threatens that if she tries to do anything, she should be prepared for the fact that he can kill her at any moment. His facial features are completely indistinguishable. He is very ill. Despite the promise, he thinks that it doesn't matter to him whether she talks or not, he will kill her anyway. He orders her out loud to start telling. The girl, trembling, begins to speak. She reveals that the Calendale Kingdom's assassination squad was given the order to kill the hero Taishi, Mitsuba and his companions. Her speech is constantly interrupted, as Taishi is still holding her up. He asks her with anger in his voice if she really means that the country has such a unit. The mercenary answers in the affirmative. They were originally chosen from the Order of Knights. They were specially trained as assassins. They are a special purpose unit. Eventually, they became known as cleaners. Taishi realizes that even though they are a special forces unit, it turns out that they belong to the army of the Kingdom of Calendale. He asks if he understood correctly that it was the Kingdom of Calendale that ordered the disposal of the hero and his companion. The girl denies this assumption. It is not entirely true. The assassination squad was actually invented specifically to kill the hero, but it was the nobility that created this squad. The hero wonders how the squad was able to find them so quickly. The barely breathing girl replies that they were told that the head of the knightly order gave Taishi a hunting knife. They followed this weapon and were able to find the ruins using it. Taishi remembers the knife he was given in surprise. How could this happen? Because this weapon definitely shouldn't have been affected by special magic. He thinks about how he checked the status of the gift. The girl says that the technique of secret seal helped them. Taishi, shocked, lets go of the mercenary for a second. The hunting knife continues to hang on his belt. The seal on the handle is very clearly visible. A woman from the assassination squad asks the hero if he noticed a special pattern on the apple of his sword. The engraved rune allows one to determine the location of the one it is sealed to. Taishi remembers looking at this pattern during his first inspection. He starts laughing and screaming even louder. How could the girl blurt everything out so easily, and also call herself a squad of assassins? They are just nothing. He thinks that he already knows everything and now he doesn't need this woman. Tace thinks again that because of these people, Marl is dead. Nothing matters to him anymore. He tells the woman that she must disappear. His face is full of anger and pain again. The hero squeezes his hands around the woman's neck. She begins to wheeze, her mouth opening wide. Tacy only thinks that he lives in this world now only for the sake of revenge. Nothing else has any relation to him anymore. He continues to clench his hands with a smile on his face. The woman can only cry and clench her fists. Suddenly, there is a knock from behind the hero. This makes him wake up from the state he has been in all this time. The guy turns his head and sees Marl approaching them. She steps carefully, constantly holding on to the column. She is dressed in the same clothes, covered in blood. The hero silently looks at this picture. Marl lifts her head and, breathing heavily, calls Tace by name. She can barely stand on her feet. On her finger, the ring that the hero had given her earlier and asked her to put on her finger gleams. Tace lets go of the woman in surprise. His hands loosen. They can't hold her any longer. He can't believe he sees Marl. He calls her name. The princess is still breathing very heavily. She holds onto the wall with one hand and stretches the other out to the hero. The ring is on the middle finger of this hand. Tace still can't quite believe that it's really Marl in front of him. He stretches out a trembling hand to her. Is she really alive? Could she really have survived? The hero completely lets go of the mercenary. She falls to the ground with a loud thud and shows no more signs of life. Marl touches the place where the arrow hit earlier with the same hand with the ring. She says that she also does not understand how it happened, but she has an idea. She thinks that it's all because of the ring that was cursed. With her other hand, she points to the ring. It starts to glow and sparkle brightly in response. The hero remembers where they found this magical object. He looks at the status, which says that it is a ring of divine protection. It has a spell cast on it that prevents fatal damage, but only once, and it is already exhausted. The ring falls apart. Taishi is happy with such an item. He smiles nervously, tears in his eyes. He sighs in relief. Marl starts running towards the hero, who calls her and stretches out his hands to her. The heroes hug. Tace holds Marl by the waist, gently touches her hair and kisses her forehead. He continues to cry from happiness that she is in his arms again. The guy is happy that his Marl, thank God, is alive. Suddenly, the girl notices something. She calls the hero by name, attracting attention. She noticed a woman lying on the ground. She tries to figure out who this person is. Then she notices others. The princess nervously holds onto the hero's cloak and turns around. She cannot believe what she sees. Could it really be Tacy who did all this? Did he do something like this to these people? She finds it hard to believe that her hero is capable of such a thing. Tace is silent at first, and then admits that he did it, but she shouldn't worry. Everything is fine now. He says this with a half smile, hiding his eyes from Marl. He says it's okay because he'll protect the girl from everything in this world. Marl is horrified by his expression. She cries and closes her eyes. Tace has changed too much since they came to the ruins. The hero continues to talk about how glad he is that Marl is okay. He hugs her tightly. The girl trembles all over and clings to the guy. Her hand clenches on the hero's coat. She continues to hide her eyes behind her bangs. Tacy thinks it's better this way. He has a cruel expression on his face. He's ready to do anything to protect the girl. Marl clutches the hero's clothes even tighter and begins to cry. The heroes are still in the ruins. They manage to tie up the mercenary. Then they are hailed by the running knights. Waltz, assistant to Twanning, the leader of the Crossroads Knights, has arrived. The man shouts the hero's name and asks if everything is okay. Tacy looks at the new arrivals with distrust. Waltz exhales with visible relief. His face relaxes. Apparently everything is fine. Then the knight's gaze falls behind the heroes' backs. He notices a girl tied to a pole, and it seems he recognizes her. Taishi takes the mithril sword out of his inventory again. He shields Marl with his body. Then he turns to the knights. He asks them not to pretend to be innocent lambs, because it was the order of knights of the kingdom of Calendale that sent assassins after him. The knights also draw their swords and take a fighting stance, expecting an attack, ready to defend their leader. Waltz stops them with a gesture. He has nothing to say to these accusations yet. He tries to negotiate with Taishi. He stutters and asks what he is talking about. The hero, still holding the sword tightly, approaches the girl and lifts her head by her hair. He wants everyone to see her face. He says that this woman is a murderer who has come for his head. He shows her status, where it is written that her name is Faramu Forces. Her abilities are Manners 1, Horsemanship 2, Swordsmanship 3, Shooting 2, Espionage 2, Assassination 2. Tacy asks the knights if this is their comrade. He draws their attention to her title, the Killer of the Royal Order of the Knights of Calendale, and below is the reward and punishment, attempted murder. The knights are horrified by what they see. Their faces are distorted with fear and distrust. Their eyes are wide open. They, no longer hiding themselves, ask if she is really the only one left. The hero does not want to say that the other 12 are no longer there. Waltz is silent at first, trying to decide what is the right thing to say in this situation. He says that Mr. Taizi has the right to be angry, but the knight wants their position to be understood. He goes on to explain that the kingdom of Calendale is not only trying to hurt Marl and Tace, they are also trying to protect them. His speech is constantly interrupted as if he is struggling to find the right words. Taishi interrupts the man with anger in his voice. He suggests that if the assassination squad fails their mission, then familiar knights should come to trick them into making peace. This is most likely their plan. Walt starts making excuses. He denies everything, says it's not true and everyone got it all wrong. He tries to explain again, but Tace interrupts him again. Are they really telling him to believe them anyway? The hero lets go of the woman's head. He continues to be angry and tells them that the knights of the country are plotting the same evil plans as the murderers. It's like meeting at a crossroads and proposing a joint journey, and then killing them in their sleep. Tace feels deep disappointment and doubt. He thinks that he can no longer believe in anything. They are all just toys in the hands of the kingdom of Calendale. In this case, it is better to act differently. The main character used his power. His face was very angry. In his head there were only thoughts that he would kill everyone. At that moment, Marl was very scared for him. She ran up to him, then hugged him around the torso with her arms. Taishi did not expect that. The main character, without moving from his place, turned his gaze to the girl. He saw that she was standing with her eyes closed, and tears were flowing from her eyes. Marl, continuing to hold him with her hands, asked him to calm down. The guy froze in place. The girl said she understood that it might be harder for him to trust them now, but making an enemy out of the kingdom of Calendar was unacceptable. She asked him if he could try to trust Commander Varutz again. Marl, still crying, asked him if they weren't comrades who had defeated the troll together. At that moment, the protagonist turned to the soldiers and thought about whether he really needed to believe them. However, there is some truth in Marl's words. After all, this captain is their comrade in arms. He agreed with her words out loud. The girl thanked him. At that moment, the girl turned to the captain and asked if they could trust him. At that moment, the man knelt before them. He placed the sword in front of him, thrusting the blade into the ground, and said that he swears by it on this ball. On the second day after they left the ruins, while they were heading inside the forest, they managed to disperse the magical things they accidentally found. Thus, they returned to the city at the crossroads. The protagonist asked about the condition of that killer. The captain hesitated with an answer, after which he pulled back the curtain and said that they had cured her wounds with the help of healing magic. At that moment, they looked inside and saw that the girl was sitting on the ground. Her hands were tied, she was crying loudly and screaming for them not to come near her. One of the men said that this was a completely expected reaction. Despite the fact that she was a professional killer, she failed her mission. The main character was thinking about the fact that they still don't know who the leader of the killers is. What is the head of the nobility thinking about anyway? They are probably pretending to be trying to decide what will happen to the squad of killers now. The captain explained that her name was Faramu Forces and said that it was written here about the reward and punishment for attempted murder. Most likely, she would have to accept the appropriate punishment. Marl was shocked. Then the girl turned to the main character and asked if everything would be okay with this girl, to which the guy remained silent. He thought to himself that why did he need to know information about these bad people who wanted to kill Marl? Out loud he said that the best solution would be to hand her over to them. After some time, the main character and the girl walked away. On the way, they met a guy who addressed Taishi by name and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He tried to ask where he had disappeared to. The guy hesitated after he saw the main character's face. He tried to ask him about what happened, but Taishi continued to look at him sternly and very hard. His friend hesitated, apologized, and said that he had apparently interrupted his date with the beauty. Then he turned around and before leaving said that maybe they would take on a mission together again someday, after which he said goodbye. The main character thought that these everyday days, these empty conversations, all this is inexorably changing. He did not even say a word of farewell to his friend. Taishi thought about how he felt like the current him was becoming more and more distant from this. Marl, standing next to him, also became sad. The man said that it was worth considering that the main character had been gone for more than a week. For a start, he was glad that everything was okay with them, otherwise he had already started to worry. To which the latter replied that he did not think that he would have to go to the guild again. It seems to him that the old man Utsu has somehow lost weight. He wonders if, since he works here, it means that he is also somehow connected with the minions of the Kingdom of Calendar. So he wonders if he really was worried about them. The man said that Taishi had brought quite a lot of different materials, after which he handed him a bag with a reward, to which the latter thanked him for his assessment. He thought to himself that he couldn't say exactly what the future held for them. Therefore, the materials they got from the monsters they encountered in the ruins should be sold in advance before the end of the day. The man asked the protagonist about his plans for today, to which the latter replied that he planned to rest all evening, and that the first thing they would do tomorrow morning was visit the Order of Knights. He was very tired. Utsu glanced to the side and said that he almost forgot to give them something. He handed them 2 cards and said that these were their adventurer cards. He told the protagonist that he was now a D rank adventurer and that Marl was now an E rank adventurer. He congratulated them both on their promotion. Then the man exhaled, folded his arms across his chest, and asked what they were going to do now, to which Taishi was silent for a while. After that, he said that first he would see how things would go. For him personally, this country could be bad, but everything would depend on how they would show themselves in the future. He thought to himself that if it weren't for that ring, Marl would be dead now. It wasn't something that could just be taken and forgiven. The man asked what he would do if he sensed something was wrong, to which the protagonist replied that it was obvious, he would simply get out of this country. Taishi thought to himself that it was obvious what he would do. Out loud he said that if this happened, he would start a total war. Utsu tensed up at his words. The girl next to him was sitting very sad. After some time, they left the guild and went in to eat. They were met by Okami, who said that they had not seen each other for over a week, after which she asked if they really came to eat. To this, the main character replied that they had come for the night and that they wanted to sleep first. Then Okami asked if they hadn't rented a house. To her words, Taishi answered that it was a lie, some circumstances just happened. Marl smiled sweetly and asked to take care of them again. The girl was in shock. Then she said that they could take the same room that they had taken before. They both thanked her. The protagonist thought to himself that even she had to cause trouble. Even though he had caused her inconvenience, he had to lie. But about a week ago, everything was quiet and peaceful. In this very room, they were chatting about all sorts of nonsense, playing pranks. There was an atmosphere of calm. If he had thought only about how to earn money and about Marl, then everything would have been different. The main character stretched out his hand in front of him and thought that with these hands he killed 12 people. However, they still tried to do the same to him. These people wanted to take away from him a person dear to him. Naturally, he would want to take revenge on him. Kidnapping, killing, destroying, his freedoms, his rights. These are the things these people tried to do to him. Therefore, the main character decided that for this reason he could not be called bad. He lay on the bed with Marl. Putting his hand on his face, he repeated the words like a mantra that he was not bad. Taishi thought that since he had entered another world, he already thought that he could live freely without any rules. He wondered why he shouldn't get used to this feeling. Could all his actions have led to this? Because he was recognized as a hero, the country began to chase him. Killers began to target his life. Because Marl ran away with him, she had to put her whole life on the line. If he hadn't taken on the assignments in the beginning, if he hadn't defeated the troll at that moment, memories of that time flashed before his eyes. He exhaled sharply. If he didn't think that he was the main character of a fantasy world, he was overcome with bad thoughts and regrets. He kept thinking about why this happened. In the middle of the night, he suddenly woke up. Opening his eyes, he saw that Marl was sitting with her back to him and she was crying. He called her by name and asked what had happened, why she was sitting in the dark. Then the picture changed a little. The girl continued to sit on the ground, and the corpses of other people lay near her. She asked why he killed them all. The protagonist was surprised by her words. He replied that it was all because they were trying to kill her, to which she replied that she did not want anything like that. If she had known that something like that could happen, she would have acted differently. If she hadn't chosen him, everything could have turned out better. The girl wouldn't have had to run away with him. At that moment, Taishi tried to call her by name, but the girl continued to cry and say that it was all because she was with him. Marl turned to face him. She seemed to be covered in blood, after which she reported that she had died. The protagonist suddenly woke up and shouted her name. He sat up on the bed, his hand ruffling his hair. Taishi tried to catch his breath and wondered if it was all just a dream. At that moment, a girl entered the room and called his name. She asked him if he couldn't sleep. He answered in the negative. Marl said that she had also just woken up and decided to go get some water. At that moment, the guy called her by name. He felt uncomfortable looking at her, so he looked away. Then he asked her if she was disappointed in him. The girl turned around at that moment. Marl sat down on the bed next to him and asked him why he was asking such questions, to which he replied that he had killed people with these hands. He thought she was dead, so he did this to 12 people. The main character thought that even murderers probably have a family, brothers and sisters, those they love. Then he imagined the smiling face of the girl and thought that he thought the same about her, and despite this, with these hands he did something like this, and his hands began to tremble. He looked down at his hands and said that he had stopped these people from existing. He had done something that could never be returned. At that moment, the girl grabbed him with her hands. She said that he did all this for her sake. To protect her, he had to kill them. If she were in his place, she would think exactly the same, so there is no point in blaming herself for this. She is the only one to blame for everything. The main character was immediately shocked by her words and, turning his head towards her, said that this was stupid. The girl at that moment looked at him, and there were tears in her eyes. She hugged him sharply. Taishi said that it was not true, it was wrong. Why was she even saying that? Then he started crying too. The main character said that he gave in to his feelings and began to destroy everything in his path. Giving in to emotions is not a way out. He understands. He thought that he lost consciousness then and would hardly be able to wake up until he had destroyed something. Taishi began to cry very loudly and scream in pain. The girl at that moment continued to hug him. Tears also flowed from her eyes. She stroked his back and said that she was next to him. She would always be next to him. The main character also hugged her. After some time, he said that he had completely collapsed, was sitting here crying in front of her, and she was constantly comforting and forgiving him no matter what, to which she laughed and said that he was just him. The main character thought that his interlocutor was a girl who had lived only half of what he had lived. If you look at it from the point of view of his former self, then this is unthinkable. He called the girl by name. She immediately raised her eyes to him. Then he apologized to her. She was in shock. Marl asked him why he was doing this so suddenly. If you look at everything from the very beginning, it will not be difficult to understand that the reasons for their problems are rooted in her. The main character said that he was very glad that she remained alive, but at the same time he was terribly guilty before her. This whole situation happened only because of him. Despite this, she continues to forgive him. The girl called him by name. At that moment she approached him, after which she flicked his forehead with her fingers. He was surprised by this. Rubbing his forehead, he asked why she did it, to which the girl replied that he created a problem out of nothing. Her Taishi-san is not such a crybaby and a wimp. She said that he is a hero. Taishi, whom she admires, is actually very, very strong. If he himself cannot realize this, then he has big problems. The main character continued to rub his head. A blush appeared on his face. Then he said that he understood everything. The girl laughed. He thought that he was really glad that she was the way she was. Marl supported his heart so much, thanks to her he could live without losing his self, so he thanked her. Then the girl turned to him and said that he was not from this world. They say that he may be that very supposed hero. Marl said that she was very glad that the guy told about himself. It's just that before, when she wanted to get to know him better, he always behaved very coldly. The main character immediately became embarrassed and asked if he was really that cold, to which the girl replied that it was. Then she asked Taishi if he didn't want to know more about her, like her real name, or if she was actually a princess. The girl said that all she does is impose her problems on him. She lies to him, gets him into various troubles. She is a terrible woman. Then the main character patted her cheek and said that he would like to ask her to let him know more about her. Then he hugged her very tightly. The girl replied that she also wanted to know everything about the person who was very dear to her. Marl started telling everything from the very beginning. As it turned out, her real name is Malir Vran Miskronia. She is the first princess of the kingdom of Miskronia, the second heir to the throne. Apparently, they wanted to marry her to Prince Marquis from the neighboring kingdom of Gebris, but she decided to escape through a secret passage of the royal treasury. When she was running away, she accidentally broke the oracle's ball, but she did nothing about it, and it broke into pieces. The protagonist interrupted her and asked if it was really an oracle ball. She confirmed this and said that thanks to it, whoever uses it can receive divine insight, thereby being able to see their future. The object was given to people by God himself. It is also called a genuine artifact. This is the oracle ball. However, although it is clear that this is a magical object, even if you take it in your hands and pray, nothing will happen. The same will happen if someone simply wishes for something, because no one knows how to use it. All this time he lay in the treasury, forgotten by everyone. People thought that they had no idea what they were doing with him, and for starters, they should just leave him here. The protagonist thought that it would hardly have occurred to anyone that in order to use this ball, it had to be broken. Then he asked out loud what happened next. Marl said that she heard a voice. The guy asked her again, to which she replied that he might not believe her, but the voice was definitely in her head. The main character began to suspect something. He thought about the voice of God only a sound. He asked her out loud about what the voice told her. She replied that in the kingdom of Kalandir, in the Adventurers Guild, a man with black hair and eyes named Taishi would appear, and she needed to tempt him. At the same time, the girl blushed all over from embarrassment. The protagonist thought that he had a headache. He asked her if she really believed it, to which Marl replied that at first she could not trust him. But she didn't really have much of a choice anyway, and besides, this voice often helped her out. Thanks to it, she was able to get to the crossroads. She also added that she fell in love with the main character at first sight. At that moment, she hugged him tightly. The latter thought to himself that she was a cutie. After that, the girl kissed him on the lips. Taishi said that she was a real demoness, although this is still putting it mildly. Then she said that if he continued to praise her, she would become even hotter. Her face was very red. She said that when he started whining in front of her eyes, she thought that in such a state he would completely obey her. So cute. To which the guy asked her to stop, no need to rush so much. The night passed and a new day came. They were lying in bed, the girl was sleeping. The main character was thinking that the morning had already come. He thought about how he had blurted everything out to the girl, but now he felt like he was back in shape. However, he needed to check something. The main character logged in, after which he found the voice of God there. Then the voice said that he finally called her. She thought that he forgot about her. Taishi asked her if she had told Marl to meet him, to which the girl replied positively. Then he asked if she had ordered her to fall in love with him as well. The girl replied that this was simply her preferences and tastes. Then the main character blushed even more and said that now everything seemed clear to him. Then the girl said that he himself was a good guy. He found himself such a cool girl. She started asking him personal questions, to which he got angry and immediately turned her off. The main character thought that it was not very pleasant that some suspicious person connected them with Marl. He just couldn't believe it. At this time, the girl was thinking about how much time had passed since he had called her himself, and then he had just passed out. However, she still couldn't get tired of watching him. The girl seemed to be floating in the air. She said that the main character should come to her faster. A new day had come to the city. Many people were moving along the streets. At that moment, the commander and his group were also there. The main character was also on the street. He was thinking that they had no choice but to go to one place. He was thinking that there would be guards with them, so even if they tried to escape, it would be useless. Then he turned to Marl and told her all this news. She said that she understood everything, after which she suggested that they go get ready. He agreed. The owner of the hotel asked if they were already leaving. Wouldn't it be better to rest a little longer? The protagonist and Marl approached the doors leading to the street. They told the girl that they were going to the imperial capital. Then he looked at his girlfriend, and with a smile on his face said that they were going. Marl smiled widely and thanked her for sheltering them. After some time, they were already in a caravan that was moving to the capital. It consisted of several carts pulled by horses. In one of them, the main character was riding with his girlfriend. The latter was sleeping, leaning against his shoulder. Taishi recalled the words of the girl which she said to him in the room. Namely, the words that she was the only one to blame here. At the same time, he recalled that there were tears in her eyes. Even though she said so, he was the only one who killed them. There is no way to change that. From now on, he will never be able to forget this sin. Then the main character thought about one girl and said that if Faramu could forgive him, if he could somehow atone for his guilt before this girl, then it would be better. But it won't work that way. Even if he makes amends with her, it will look like he wants to be forgiven. Perhaps, if he wants to make amends for his sin, she may not want to forgive him. At that moment, he was called out. It was a nice girl who was scared of him. She apologized to him. The main character at that moment did not understand what was happening. Then someone tugged at his clothes. He turned around sharply and realized it was Marl. He asked her why she was scaring him so, to which she replied that he had a scary face, after which she asked him not to frown. However, he did not listen to her. The girl got angry with him. He apologized to her and said that he was just too tense, that's all. In the kingdom of Kalandir, not all people are bad, but, as expected, there is unrest within the royal army due to a major crime. Because of this problem, there is a strong sense of tension. Then the main character turned to the stranger and asked why she had bothered him. She was still scared. She handed him a letter and said that the captain had sent it. Taishi apologized to her for scaring her. The letter described the progress of the investigation into the events that took place in those ruins. A detachment led by Commander Varutsu was sent there. After the report of the troll's kill was sent, an order was issued by the army's superior commander to place a tracking seal on the item that was to be presented as a medal of bravery. The protagonist thought that it was very suspicious, but according to the status check, it was confirmed that he was a hero. At that moment, the order was given from the higher commanders not to approach the hero for now, to await further instructions. This is very strange, so he immediately began an investigation and learned that an illegal detachment was targeting him. The protagonist urgently tried to take measures to protect himself, but it immediately became known that they had escaped from the crossroads. Therefore, using the seal, the first squad was sent to help. At that moment, Waratsu called out to him. He asked if he was okay. The protagonist thought that it was all somehow connected. In other words, the kingdom of Kalandir received a report on the elimination of the troll. Most likely, they had already begun to plan his murder. However, judging this only by this letter is not advisable. There is too little information. Marl said that he was right, but if you draw a conclusion too quickly, it turns out that this decision was made by the army itself. That's the whole problem. Thinking about time, it turns out that all the actions that took place were carried out too quickly. If the elimination of the troll was reported on the 1st, then the attack on them was already on the 6th. Everything needs to be analyzed. On the first day they had a party, drank, ate, then fell asleep. Most likely it was on this day that the report on the elimination of the troll was delivered. On the second day, the main character was busy on a date with Marl. If the captain hadn't started preparing the hunting knife that day, he definitely wouldn't have made it. On the third day they went to the nightly order, where they checked his status and concluded that he was a hero. That day they prepared equipment for the journey. On the 4th day, they left the crossroads early in the morning. After 3 days, they finally arrived at the ruins. On the 6th day, not even half a day had passed, they were attacked. The main character said that it was still too fast. The girl agreed with him. He said that their actions were too fast. In any case, they needed to tie up the whole conversation. Indeed, as Marl said, if you connect the entire conversation in advance, you can figure out the next time they decide to stab you in the back. For a start, it would be nice to have gone this entire way without any accidents. The main character asked if they had already arrived, to which one of the crew members said that they would take a break in this area. He thought about how far it was to the royal capital. Leaving the cart, he went outside and sat down on the fence. He thought that he finally had a free minute. It had been a long time since he had checked his status and abilities. The protagonist thought that since he would hardly be able to find out when they would be attacked next time, he needed to prepare. It would be better for him to pump up poison resistance to the maximum 3rd level. It would also be better to pump up sense of presence and danger to the 3rd level. The protagonist thought that the resistance to poison and the sense of danger were pumped up, but now he can only check one thing. Therefore, the first thing he will try is the sense of presence. Being in the center, he feels how strong and how many people are here. Finally, he can use this ability. If the person's name and appearance match, then basically, he will be able to understand who the presence belongs to. This is a very convenient ability. Perhaps if he gains the ability to stealth, he can thus avoid those who use the sense of presence and danger. And now he wants to increase his production capabilities. After all, production is truly the romance of men. A great idea came to his mind. If the kingdom could apologize to him, then he would ask them for a mansion to have his personal workshop there. At that moment, Marl looked at him in shock. On the 2nd day after leaving the crossroads, they had already moved on. The protagonist looked around and said that it was all amazing. They had finally found themselves in the capital of the kingdom. Quite a lot of people live here, but if you also take into account adventurers, wandering traders who live in the slums, then the number of residents will exceed 200,000. The capital of Arfen is surrounded by 4 fortress walls. Now their carriage is on the edge of the 4th wall, which is still under construction. In this area, there are many different shops and inns, which is why there is constant chaos here. If you go even further into the depths, then the so-called commoner's quarter will begin. Here, unlike at the edge of the wall, you can find higher quality shops, hotels, and also workshops of various artisans. Inside the 3rd wall, there are even more first-class shops and hotels in a row. Among them, you can find various government institutions, churches, a school for the study of magic. You can also find luxury shops and houses. Inside the 2nd wall, one can say that mostly the nobility lives. You can constantly see people flaunting expensive clothes, and guards protecting them. It is difficult to meet adventurers here. Then the main character widened his eyes and thought that he had finally come to see the huge wall. Behind this wall there was a large castle. He thought that it was very huge, as one would expect from a king. The commander said that their escort ended here, after which he turned to the main character and told him to be careful, to which the latter thanked him. Taishi then turned to the commander and tried to start a conversation about what happened in the ruins. To which the man replied that there was no need to worry so much. If he were in his place, he would have thought exactly the same, after which he asked him to take care of Mrs. Marl. The protagonist was embarrassed by his words, after which they shook hands and said goodbye. At the same time, he responded with consent to his previous request. Having said this, the commander and the first detachment left them. Until the very end, he continued to communicate with them in a friendly manner. Apparently, this was his way of showing his concern. Here, the maid met them and told them to feel at home. If they had any wishes, they should tell her. She would immediately fulfill their order. The main character was surprised by this. When they entered the castle, they immediately began to examine it. There were expensive sculptures everywhere. The appearance itself was very expensive. The main character said that you can immediately feel that this is a royal palace. Then he turned to the girl and asked about the fact that it was probably better not to go to an audience with the king with a weapon, to which she replied that it was better not to take it with you. Then he asked her about the short sword. She replied that there was no need to worry. Marl explained that the red cloth tied to the ball meant that she had sworn purity to her partner, so she did not need to be asked to marry him. That's the signature. The girl explained that for this reason, carrying it around in front of the royal family would not be considered rude, since it belonged to Taishi, to which he became embarrassed and said that he understood everything. The main character thought to himself that if he had asked the cat shopkeeper everything in advance, everything would have been different. He then turned to the maid and asked if she could take his weapon for safekeeping, to which she agreed. After some time, another maid entered the room and said that she apologized to them for waiting, after which she asked them to follow her. The protagonist began to worry and asked to pull himself together, to which Marl asked him not to worry but to feel confident, to which he replied that they were in the castle. However, she called him by name. Marl put her hand to her chest and asked him if he had forgotten who she really was. He thought about the fact that he really had an adventurer living with him who was actually a princess. The main character blushed and apologized to her. The girl giggled, after which she took his hand and said that they needed to go. Together with the maid, they approached the huge doors, near which several soldiers were standing. The maid said that their audience would take place here. After some time, the girl bowed and said that they were ready to be received in the throne room. The protagonist and Marl entered inside. They immediately bowed their knees before the king. The latter introduced himself and said that he was the ruler of the kingdom of Kalandira. He then asked them to rise from their knees, calling them adventurers. Taishi asked to be allowed to introduce himself, after which he gave his name. The man said that he seemed reasonable, after which he asked Marl to introduce herself. The girl said that she was very glad that the emperor was in good health and spirits. She said that she was Mr. Taishi's guide, her name was Maru. She also added that, to tell the truth, they had met 3 years ago. The man was surprised by her words. Here he thought about who she could be. All the colors drained from his face. He screamed loudly, which surprised the other servants. The protagonist thought that even the king this time could not resist another royal family. After all, Marl is the second princess of the kingdom. The king shook his scepter and ordered everyone to leave the hall except Zontak. The doors closed behind the last person and silence fell in the hall. The silence lasted for quite a long time, after which the man turned to the girl and said that she was Princess Mariella. However, the latter did not let him finish. Her look changed, it became more cunning. She turned to the man and said that they had a proposal. The man said that he would definitely listen to them. At the same time, it was clear that he was not very happy with the situation, to which they thanked him. Said that regarding today's visit he should pretend that nothing had happened here. These words surprised him. The girl said that the main character came to the palace to be recognized as an adventurer. There is no other reason for their arrival, and there never was. In other words, the fact that the main character was attacked by hired killers must be hidden. The image of the attack immediately appeared before his eyes. And it is also important to hide the fact that the first princess of Mizkronia was attacked. This must be strictly secret. The king needed to be told that thanks to the adventurers, there was not a single scratch on them, to which the man asked what they wanted to achieve by this. Marl said that first, in order to prevent a similar mistake from happening again, everything needs to be done thoroughly, and also a request to keep everything a secret. The king agreed with her. He said that they would go according to this plan, but there was a question about their location. The girl said that if they had to return to the country, she would simply be obliged to tell them every single detail. The man tensed up at her words. The main character thought that if it were made public that the princess of another kingdom had been attacked, a war could break out. Marl said that she had only 2 conditions: that no one would find out that the attack was planned, and that Mizkronia would not find out about her presence here. The protagonist thought that if disagreements between neighboring countries had not started, it was necessary to make it as if nothing had happened. For the kingdom of Kalandir, this was not such a difficult request. The king said that he understood everything. They would do as they said. Taishi thought to himself that the girl was amazing. Marl bowed to the king again and said that she was very grateful to him, after which she said that it was necessary to resolve the issue regarding the main character. The man said that he would listen to her request. Then he turned to Taishi to start talking. The main character was shocked at first, and then he thought that he needed to calm down. He just needed to voice his request, especially since it would be beneficial to them, so he needed to attract favor. Taishi turned to the man and said that he would like to ask, if possible, for permission to use Alphen as a base. The king asked him about it again, to which the main character explained that this is the place where the residents meet with a smile, and all because the capital is a place with a highly developed infrastructure. Taishi also added that it would be wonderful for him to work in such a beautiful place. He imagined everyone around him happy and smiling. The king thought about his words. The protagonist thought that it could be dangerous here because of the large number of attacks, but here one could also earn the king's favor. Taishi said that he, as an adventurer, wants to serve here of his own free will. Money and fame attract him, but he has no desire to use power for evil. For the sake of the kingdom of Kalandir, he wants to become a hero and is ready to defend the country from attacks, devoting all his strength for the good. The king said that he understood everything, after which he turned to his assistant and said that he trusted him. At that moment, the main character thought that if everything became difficult, he would simply leave this country. The king's assistant said that his name was Saunter von Meister. He was part of His Majesty's inner circle, so he wanted to ask him to remember him. The main character introduced himself, said his name, and then said that he was pleased to meet you. The girl also introduced herself and asked not to worry about her. Zontak said that they don't have to worry about his manner of speech, he himself is tired of maintaining this official tone. Taishi was glad about this and thought that he was such an open person. The man told of an incident involving the flight of the stubborn nobles who were close to the army and its leadership. Through the Scouts Guild, they learned of the hero's situation, but before they could do anything, everything changed. Zontak felt very ashamed. He bowed his head and said that they had acted unforgivably towards the heroes and Queen Mariella. After this, the man said that he was infinitely grateful to the heroes. The main character was very surprised by his words. The man added that if they secretly killed the queen, the most precious thing their country had, it would be simply terrible. Taishi thought that this was quite unexpected because he was forced to bow his head before them. Zontak said that for their country, from the moment the heroes appeared, it was necessary for information about them to become the property of the countries that were part of the League. It had long been announced to everyone, but not all the heroes liked it. The man turned to the main character and asked what they thought about making their exploits public. Taishi said that as far as he was concerned, he didn't really want people to talk about him. After that, he turned to the girl and asked her opinion on this matter. Marl smiled at him and said that she agreed with him. Zontak said that he understood everything, after which he suggested going in this direction. The man asked them what they were counting on later, that is, what exactly they wanted. The main character immediately thought about his words. Taishi said that he wanted a normal-sized bath, as well as a workspace that could be used for forging weapons and alchemy. The girl said that she wanted a large bed and a comfortable sofa, and since after all the adventures she would probably have a lot of guests, she would like to have a reliable butler and maid. The protagonist thought about something that had never even occurred to him about the butler and the maid. Zontak said that he would try to do everything possible and in accordance with their wishes, although difficulties might arise. The man asked them to stay in the castle for a while. They silently agreed, after which the girl said that she would like to have time for gardening. The protagonist intends to weaken the influence of the nobles who adhere to tough policies and the army. He turned to the girl and asked her opinion on this matter, whether she agreed with him, to which the latter replied that nothing could be done, and since it was necessary to wait, then she would wait. The main character said that he was kind of scared. Marl said that it was scary when you were walking around the city and someone was yelling, "Boo" at you from behind. He laughed and said that he wasn't that easy to scare. The two of them decided that they would stay in the capital of Alphen. At that moment, an unknown girl was watching them. She called out the name of the main character. The main character and Marl have been in the palace for 10 days already. The latter was very bored and said that they were idle. She turned to Taishi and said that they would remain in the palace for a couple of days. If this continued, they would become hostages for life. To which the latter replied that this was impossible. Then he turned to the maid and asked if he was right. He also told the girl that she had cruel jokes. At that moment, the maid called them by name. When she entered their room, she said that all the preparations for the base were complete, so they would soon set off on their journey. The moment they arrived at the place, Marl said that their new base looked like a mansion. The main character saw that there was an exit to the main road on the territory. It was a quiet place covered with greenery. He said out loud that it was bigger than he imagined. It would be difficult to clean such a big house. To which Marl said that everything would be fine because they would have a manager or a maid. Then a man appeared in front of them and said that this was their first meeting. His name was Jack Mason. He would be the manager of the house. The main character introduced himself, after which he thanked him for his help. The girl also introduced herself. Then the man invited them to look at the house. First they visited the hall. It was quite spacious. Then they went into the kitchen full of dishes, after which they visited the dining room. At the back of their house was a living room. There was also a forge and an alchemy workshop. In addition to the forge and bathhouse, there is a fireplace with a toilet. They are lit with magic. The main character thought that all this costs a lot of money. Jack asked their opinion. Taishi replied that it was cozy here. He was impressed. To which the man said that it was unnecessary to say such things to the servants. A polite old man like Jack must not be used to being addressed informally. He receives his salary from the kingdom of Kalandira. It cannot be said that they hired him. The main character gave him a bag of money and told him to take it because it was money to maintain the estate. He thought to himself that he needed to buy a lot of things, and money was also needed for everyday expenses. Taishi explained to him that he should use it to buy food and other expenses. The man agreed with him. The main character thought that money also comes from the kingdom, but he does not want to be in debt to them. Marl asked the man where the maids were now, to which the man explained that his niece worked there as a maid, but now she had gone out shopping. The main character said that he had forgotten about this charm of most estates. He thought to himself that apparently the man's niece was as polite as he was. At that moment, a girl entered the house. She apologized to them for coming late. Jack told her that she had to greet the gentleman. Mabel addressed everyone and said that she apologized for the inconvenience caused, after which she introduced herself. The protagonist thought that the maid was a little girl. It was unexpected. Marl asked her to take care of them. Mabel bowed to both of them, then, naming their names, said that she would be glad to work with them. At that very moment, the bags of food came apart and grain poured out. The girl was shocked. She said that she was very sorry and then apologized. Mabel exhaled. She said that she had some work waiting for her, so she needed to leave. She apologized for it. Jack said that she had a strange character. He apologized for her, to which the main character said that there was nothing terrible about it. Then he turned to his companion and said that he was already used to it. The girl agreed with him and said that Mabel was so good and friendly. After her words, Marl turned to him and said that if he was going to make the first move, he should consult with her. She should explain to him how to behave correctly with a woman. Jack joined the conversation and said that Mabel prefers heroes. The protagonist was shocked by his words. He wondered if it was too early to propose to him. At that moment, the girl returned to the room. She addressed Taishi by name. The latter asked what she wanted. Mabel asked him what he would like for dinner. She asked him to let her know if he had any requests. The main character said that he really wanted something, after which he asked his girlfriend, to which she replied that they had been eating so much of the luxurious food of the royal palace lately. For this reason, she would like to have some simple fish and rice, to which the maid said that she would do everything. Then Taishi asked them to wait a minute. Both girls turned to him, a question frozen in their eyes. The main character looked very determined at that moment. He carefully asked if they really had rice, to which Mabel replied that there were many markets in the capital, and if you looked hard enough, you could find them. Then the main character clenched his fists on both hands, after which he loudly shouted that he wanted rice. After some time, the maid prepared the food. Taishi was actively eating the rice from the plate. Then he asked for more. He thought to himself that he couldn't believe it. He came to this world about a month ago, but only now found out that there is rice here. He wanted it so much. Marl asked him if he really loved rice so much, to which he replied that if you don't eat it, you won't grow. At that moment, the maid said that they couldn't find it at the Miscronia market. Then the main character began to eat even more actively. He asked if this was a traditional product of the kingdom of Miscronia. Mabel confirmed this and asked him to eat more calmly. Taishi thought that he would need to go to this kingdom, because they have rice. It turns out that he still does not know anything about this world. He would be happy to learn more. Mabel asked him if this was the taste of his hometown. Marl also joined the conversation and said that it was so delicious. He agreed with them. Evening came. It was already dark outside. The protagonist thought that it was unnecessary to say that his relationship with Marl had improved that day. After some time, they decided to take a bath. When they went in, it turned out to be a huge room with a large pool. Taishi said that even the bathhouse here was luxurious. Marl smiled softly and said that she couldn't believe that now it would be washed in such a spacious bathroom. The girl closed her eyes with pleasure. She said that she felt like she was in heaven. The main character agreed with her and said that it was really good here. Then Marl opened one eye and turned to Taishi. She asked him what his hometown was like. The protagonist thought to himself that he could tell her about this. If he told her about the technologies and other things from that world, then it could affect this world and its future. Taishi said out loud that, as he had said, this place was very calm. There were no demons or war there. However, it was difficult to live and earn money there. In that place, you could satisfy all your needs only if you had money. Marl smiled and said that it all sounded like a place from a dream. The protagonist asked her about it again. He thought about this country where about 30,000 people a year take their own lives because of hardship. You get tired of living there as a cog in the wheel of a society that is far from ideal. The main character said out loud that it wasn't all that good there. The girl blushed at his words. She asked him what they would do tomorrow, to which the guy said that they would first need to go to the guild. The weapon was still usable, but he would like to buy new armor. At that moment, Marl attacked him with water. She asked him to slow down and then asked where he was going in such a hurry. Then the main character suggested going to the market in the new city. Perhaps they would find some good deals there. The girl agreed with him. Marl said that she would like to go to a restaurant that serves rice, to which Taishi said that she loves to eat so much. Then the girl came closer to him. She began to caress him. The main character asked her where she learned to do this. She answered that she simply asked the maid about it. Taishi immediately imagined two maids from the castle hugging each other. They looked very pleased. Marl asked him to tell him about it, then she offered him another round, after which interesting sounds began to come from the bathhouse. He was shocked by the level of Marl's curiosity. The next day, they went with her to the library. There was no better place to look for data. He thought that he still didn't know much about Elyard, so the library was a great solution. There really are a lot of books here, a real treasure. Looking around, the main character said that it was amazing. All these books were written by hand. There probably aren't any typewriters in this world yet. Marl asked him what happened, to which he replied that everything was fine. He asked the girl to give him a short tour, to which she winked at him, after which she responded with consent. Marl said that this world is Elyard. They say that initially there were several civilizations here. But now it is already December 3rd, 2203. 2203 years have passed since the gods created this world. Religion in this world unites all branches of people and leads them further. Sometimes gods come down to earth and perform miracles, gifting people with magical things. The main character was surprised by this and asked if the man who gave Marl treasures was also a god, to which the girl asked if he really meant the pearl, after which she answered positively. According to the books, the pearl was given to her by the savior, namely the goddess who created this world, and this girl trusted Marl. The protagonist asked what happened to this goddess, to which the girl replied that they say that she fell asleep forever, leaving her body to the world to give birth to a new heir. The goddess who spoke to him and Marl is one of the oldest in the system. Taishi immediately remembered all the conversations with him. The main character again thought about the question of why he was called to another world. He did not understand what had happened. He needs to think better. It all doesn't look very good anyway, but he's so curious. He just wants to live peacefully in another world. Marl asked him with a smile on her face if he was okay and if he was still tired, to which the main character replied that he still had a lot to learn. Then the girl suggested reading them a book about the continent. Firstly, it is cold in the south, warm in the north. The name of the continent where the kingdom of Kalandir and her hometown of Kronia are located, the continent of Pit or the first continent. The protagonist then looked at the map, where various kingdoms and cities were indicated. He asked what it was, to which Marl replied that it was a political map of the first continent. They are now in the kingdom of Kalandir. This is one of the most ancient states, located on the plain. They develop and produce enough products to conduct trade. The main branch of industry is agriculture. The standard of living is good, but they have to import salt, since the sea is far away and there is no rock salt. In addition, due to the large number of forests that are under Mamula's control here, the timber industry is poorly developed. Then she pointed to the kingdom of Kronia on the map, which is her homeland, and it stretches across the eastern and southeastern parts of the continent. Because of the large number of lakes, rivers, and seas, there are many water resources and seafood. It is called the country of travelers because it connects many ports of the world. They say that all things are collected in the crown. However, even though there is a lot of water there, one should not forget that it has both pros and cons. She already said that Kronia delivers sea salt to Kalandir. Marl asked if Kronia could surpass Kalandir in terms of performance. The protagonist said that one only had to look at the king's face. Gevels in the east of Pieta is a mountain kingdom, and near the forests there are elven villages. This is roughly how things are now on the first continent. She asked the main character what he liked most, to which he replied that he liked the kingdom of Kronia the most. The girl blushed. At that moment the main character repeated his answer again. Marl asked if this was true, to which Taishi replied that he was speaking honestly and fairly. At first the girl was happy, but then she suddenly thought about it. She asked him if he said it because in her kingdom you can eat rice endlessly, to which he shook his head. Marl smiled very sweetly and said that she hoped that someday they would take a walk around the territory of her kingdom, to which the main character asked her whether she would have to get married then. In response to this, the girl said that, no, she would not return to her homeland. Taishi said that his whole body was already numb, after which he suggested taking a walk around the market. After some time, they were already on the streets of the city. Someone was shouting that he had the best pork. Someone was shouting about the highest quality flour without impurities. Someone was shouting about salt. The main character asked if they really eat such vegetables, if they are tasty. The girl said that they are very tasty, you should take them. Taishi said that he thought the new quarter had everything his heart desired. She apologized to him and said that she had eaten too much. They then came across a market outside the castle and decided to go there. They looked around and concluded that there was a larger selection here. However, they felt that not everything was so rosy here. Suddenly, the main character saw an unusual place where there were girls with a lot of naked body. Marl said that there was nothing to see there. He apologized to her and said that he was really interested. In response to his words, the girl puffed out her cheeks. She asked him if he really liked women's virtues so much. He answered her that he was simply interested in what they were selling there. This market was different from the market in the castle. There was a flourishing trade with servants and other bad things. It is a natural part of the world. Suddenly, someone called out to him. The man said that their servants were healthy and obedient and even had combat skills. The main character looked at the man in shock. He thought about whether that man could really be bought and sold like a thing. One of the masked men said that services that can read and write are here, after which he led one of the clients to a separate room. There were also very young girls there. The protagonist thought that when he arrived in this world, he saw people who looked like servants, but they never raised their eyes. Suddenly, one of the boys there started shouting that if they tried to sell him, he would kill them all. However, at that very moment, violence was used against him. The guy fell to the ground. He turned out to be a beast man. He had paws and ears. The main character thought about what happened. He came to the conclusion that it was all magic. One of the salesmen said that the guy was nothing but trouble because he knew that he couldn't resist the magic of submission. It was time to show this beast his place. The man agreed with his interlocutor and said that they would lower the price. As long as it was their product, they could do whatever they wanted, after which they laughed, took the guy in their arms and walked away. The protagonist learned a little more about this world, but it seemed to him that he understood the local laws. Servants here are like things. He looked for a long time after the men who were carrying the boy. Taishi realized that this was the reality of his new world. Suddenly, he felt ill. Marl asked him if he was okay. She also suggested that he leave if he felt ill, to which he said that everything was fine. It is not surprising that such things happen in this world, but he will have to accept it. The mind has decided to live here even if something like this happens. Looking around, he realized that everyone was taking this for granted. He approached the girl and asked if this surprised her, to which she asked him again, and he explained about the work of these men. Marl's face seemed to darken. She said that she could only guess what his world was like. Then she said that she didn't care. Her eyes seemed to become empty, not expressing any emotions. She said indifferently that they were just servants. Adventurers who are in debt, daughters of merchants who were sold, children from disadvantaged families. Among them, there are also criminals. Nothing can be done if you have become a servant. Then tears appeared in her eyes. She said that she had always seen things like this, so she didn't want to think about it anymore. After these words, Marl pressed herself against his hand and then suggested going home. He agreed with her. As they walked down the street back home, Taishi noticed something. He stopped and looked back. There was a girl sitting on the opposite side of the road. He remembered her. She was wearing a black cape, she had long black hair. However, at that moment she was chained, there were many wounds on her body. The protagonist realized that it was the figure of the killer Furamu forces. The girl's gaze was very empty. She sat next to the other girls who were up for sale. Taishi and Marl were shocked by this. Here the seller said that they have excellent taste. It was just delivered. She is a mid-level adventurer, has martial arts. If you use the magic of submission, you can achieve unconditional obedience. The main character immediately asked him about the magic of submission. The merchant asked if he really didn't know about it, after which he said that he would explain everything now. Thanks to this, the servants gain a connection with the master and obey any orders. This is the meaning of the magic of submission. Any disobedience is considered to be a breach of contract. As a result, the servant will experience terrible pain, and in the worst case, may die. The protagonist at that very moment remembered how this very magic was used on that guy. He asked the merchant out loud how much this girl cost. Marl was shocked by his actions. The man said that they should wait a little, he would come now. Then he said that she was worth 20 gold no less until they could look at the contract. Marl asked him why her. The main character thought to himself that even if he had asked himself this question, he still would not have found the answer. Taishi approached his girlfriend and told her that she was thinking badly. He wondered to himself whether he would be able to protect Furama if he bought her. However, he still made this decision. The merchant said that he should drop blood on the contract. After he did this, the deal was completed. The man said that the owner also has a number of special features. He must provide the servant with food, a roof over his head, and clothes. If he no longer needs her, he can bring her to the market. He will buy her from him. Here Furama was brought to the main character. She was very sad and dirty. The chain was removed from her neck. The merchant said that Taishi was now her new master. The girl looked up and froze. Then she was very surprised. It was clear that she recognized him. She screamed his name, after which she fell to the ground. The main character came closer to her, then sat down next to her. He told her to go with him, then extended his hand to her. At that moment, Furamu remembered the moment when he killed her comrades. She immediately shook her head, after which she asked him why he was doing this. She grabbed him by the clothes and asked him why he chose her. Furamu said that killing him was not enough for her. The protagonist thought that this was the opposite action. The servant attacked the master. She said that she was defeated and ended up here, and now he is her master. The girl fell to her knees in front of him. Everyone around was silent. Taishi was in great pain, his whole body was shaking. Then he took out one blanket. He covered Furama with it, after which he said that if she came to her senses, then would she go with him. She exhaled. The main character thought that no matter what he said now, she would not listen to him. After some time, they stood up on their feet together with the girl. Then the merchant came up to them and said that he had forgotten to tell them something. He reminded that services are subject to any order from the owner, especially if it is a former criminal. Therefore, even if the master asks for intimacy, the servant must agree. Furamu said that this is true, and she will do everything in her power. After some time, they returned to the mansion. They were met by Mabel. She asked who the girl was who came with them. Furamu replied that she was a servant from the market. However, the main character said that she was their guest. He said to prepare her bedroom and food, let the girl take a bath for now. Mabel smiled and said that she would do everything and return. Taishi thought that he wouldn't be able to help her there. It would be indecent. He was just worried that she would be alone. Suddenly, Furamu unexpectedly threw off all her clothes, as if she was going to provide services with her body. Taishi thought about how she was still alive after that. She had a lot of burns, bruises, and cuts on her body. The girl fell to her knees and immediately reached for his trousers. The main character walked away from her and said what he had already said, that she was not a servant here, but a guest. Then Marl came up to her and asked her to just relax. Then the girl pushed the main character out and said that she would go with Furamu to the bathhouse. Guys are not allowed. Then she slammed the door. The protagonist thought that he hoped that nothing bad would happen because of the magic of subjugation. At that moment, Mabel said that the room and food were ready. The maid also said that if there was anything they could do to help, he should just say so. At first, the main character's face turned red, then he began to tremble a little. He apologized. At that moment, Marl offered Furum to soap her again. The girl gently stroked her hair. The latter simply blushed, after which she said out loud that she could do as she wanted. Marl addressed her by name. Furamu began to cry and said that she did not understand what he was thinking, to which the girl agreed with her. Marl said that she still didn't know much about the main character. At the same time, she continued to gently soap the girl's head. She explained that what was normal for them shocked him. She always thought that there was nothing strange in the actions. However, no matter what he says, his words always change Marl's point of view, and also her worldview as a whole. Furamu started a dialogue with her and said that she was a knight. No, she was a killer, but now she is not. Marl told her that she thought Taishi was far from murder and cruelty, just like his world. Furamu jumped up sharply and angrily said that such a world does not exist. The girl said that she could not live in such a world because something needs to be done for the country, even for children who cannot resist. At that moment, Marl asked her with tears in her eyes what she wanted to do for herself. Furamu was shocked. She did not know what to answer. Marl hugged her and told her that the main character does everything possible for her. Then she asked the girl if anyone loved her. The princess said that she was spoiled by this cruel world. She asked Furama that if something was bothering her, she could tell her. The latter blushed at her words, after which she told that she envied her. Marl was surprised by her words, but Furamu did not continue the topic. She asked whether this was really Marl's house. The princess smiled very warmly. She confirmed her words and said that she loved her. Furamu blushed from her words and said that she understood everything. After some time, Marl returned to the room. She turned to the protagonist and asked why he didn't stop worrying about everything connected with the killers. She said that she felt like she was no longer feeling guilty. He told her that it just couldn't work out for him, and that because of him, Furamu had gone crazy and become unhappy. Marl said that it was stupid. Marl began to shout loudly that despite his strength, he was also a human being. At the same time, she was unhappy with his words. She screamed that you can't make everyone happy. She said that he was a good person. 3 days have passed since then. Mabel was actively trying to get something from the shelf, however, she could not reach it. Then Furamu came up to her. She took out the necessary thing, after which she handed it to Mabel. The latter thanked her with a smile on her face. And then she was surprised that Furamu came out to her. She wished her good morning. Mabel tried to say that she was their new guest, to which she replied that she was a servant. Mabel apologized to her and said that she had to go. Furamu silently watched her go. She thought about how hard it was for her to be a servant and a guest. The girl wondered whether she could stay here longer and live with them. After all, she had been looking for her home for a long time. Furamu was the third child in a family of knights. She remembered her childhood, how she told her father that she wanted to become a cool knight like him. To which her father replied that a girl could not become a knight. He asked her if it was really so difficult to behave appropriately, after which he cited her sisters as an example. After some time, she was sitting at the table with her sisters, and they were laughing at her. The girl always felt like an odd one out. She just wanted to find her place and become a knight so that her father would be proud of her. Suddenly, one fine day, she was told that there was a task for her. The man asked her if she knew the rules of combat. With great difficulty, she joined the royal army, fulfilling irregular military conscription. But there she found comrades. And she also found her place. At least she thought so. They were all happy at that moment. There were smiles on their faces. However, that day everything changed. All her comrades died except her. The trial was held in her native country. Her father was exiled and dishonored. All her dreams sank into oblivion. Marl was upset. She chuckled, then said that it was awkward, but she apologized to her. Then she turned to the main character and said that she had already said that it was not worth interfering in the affairs of the assassins. Taishi tried to answer her, but the girl did not let him answer. She asked why he was so worried, because he suffered because of them. Furamu said that she was sorry that everything turned out that way. Marl was still unhappy. She said that the guy just wanted to be a hero. Suddenly, there was silence. However, after some time, Marl changed her facial expression to a softer one. She turned to the girl and said that she was also a victim. She explained that Furamu did this because she was doing her duty. As a result, they both wounded each other. Marl exhaled and said that she understood everything. It was obvious that they were all hurt. There were tears in the girl's eyes. And then the princess decisively hit her fist against her palm and said that she had a proposal. She put her hand to her chest and said that if no one could forgive them, then she would do it. Furamu was shocked by her words. The main character was somewhat taken aback. He asked what she was doing, to which Marl replied that she was a princess. Taishi said that one should not say that. The protagonist asked her what she would say about Furamu. The latter was thinking about what she had done. She said out loud that this was so, although the princess's words seemed meaningless, but in fact it was a very reasonable approach. When she got into the unit, she was ready for anything. They were only taught to fight, but in the end, a lot of other things happened. Furamu lost and passed on all the knowledge she had. She thought to herself whether she could forgive these fears, because she was seriously wounded on a mission back then. She turned to the main character and said that he helped her in a difficult moment when she was made a servant. She thought to herself whether he would forgive her sins, although she does not like being a servant because of the attitude of people. Furamu said that this was the reason why her life was vicious. She herself thought about what her comrades would think if they saw her like this. Then she remembered that she could not be forgiven for the death of her comrade. Even though they killed others, they were friends. Suddenly, Furamu started to cry. She realized that she couldn't forgive herself. That's why she got so deeply into this problem. She asked the princess if she could stop being a servant, to which the girl replied that, unfortunately, it was impossible, because it was a punishment for criminals. Taishi said that it was terrible. Furamu thought that this guy was really weird. He was helping a servant, or rather a former enemy. She didn't understand why this was happening. Maybe it was because of the world where murder was a terrible thing. The main character asked her if they had done something wrong. He asked her to tell him how they could help her, and then he apologized to her for ruining her life. Taishi put his hand on his chest and said that Furam's future was very important, he would atone for his sin. Marl asked her if she wanted to live with them. Furamu remembered her past friends, after which she cried bitterly. A new day has come. The main character cursed and said that he was late. He thought about everything for so long that in the end he did not get enough sleep. When he left the room, he was immediately asked if it was not lovely. It turns out that Furama was dressed in a lovely dress. Mabel said that it suited her very well. Taishi blushed at the sight of her. He asked what they had done to her. Mabel wished him good morning. Marl said that she was a servant and did not want to be a guest. The main character was stunned by her words. So the girl explained that they had decided that from that day on she would be a servant. Taishi, shocked, asked how this had happened and for what reason. Jack explained that Mabel was struggling at all, so he thought it was a good idea. Furamu thanked them for understanding her and then asked if there was anything she could do to help. The girl's face turned red. She folded her hands in front of her and said that she wanted to be loved too. The main character looked at her in shock. He thought about what it was saying. Furamu came very close to him and said that she was joking. That's how she joined the company. Everything was lost. Taishi thought that the maid was a former assassin. The protagonist was thinking about many things. He was walking along the streets of the market with Marl. Then an unknown man approached him and asked if he was Taishi's hero. The latter asked him who he was. The man said that he was from the Kalandir castle and that he had a mission for him. Then he and his assistants tied him up and dragged him away in an unknown direction. After some time he was brought to the castle and laid on the floor. The maid turned to Kalunella and said that everything was ready. The latter at that moment told Taishi that he should become hers. The girl told the main character that he would belong to her, after which she asked if this was a great honor for him. Taishi thought about how it happened. Out loud he asked her if this was another of her jokes. Kalunella asked him if it was convenient for him to talk now. The main character said that it was not good, so if she had no business with him, then he would leave. A man should not be in the room of an unmarried girl. Kalunella asked him if he would really leave so quickly. The princess offered him a cup of tea since he was visiting her. At the same time, they would chat a little. The protagonist gasped, then scratched his head. He thought about what she said about it being a friendly meeting, but everything looked different. He looked closely at the smiling girl and thought about what she was going to do with him. The protagonist asked her why he should belong to her at all. She explained that she was a princess and he was the bravest man in the last 50 years. Together they can make the kingdom the most prosperous. It has always been that way. Taishi asked her what she could say more precisely. The main character asked her if she really wanted them to become so close right away, to which she replied that she knew a lot about him. The princess saw him when her father spoke to him. He lived in the castle for 10 days. Taishi realized that he could see her then. He said that he was not interested. He helped him for money and honor, and power does not interest him now. Besides, he has Marl now. The princess did not like this answer. At that moment, a maid called out to her and apologized for the intrusion. He was told to help himself. Only certain aristocrats and the royal family could afford this tea. The main character sniffed the tea and then said that he was interested in which kingdom it was from, after which he began to turn the mug over. All the tea spilled on the floor. He said that it was a high-class royal sleeping pill. Taishi became angry. He asked why she needed it. The main character thought to himself that she had decided to use him, but knew nothing about him. He did not understand the reason. Out loud, he began to speak angrily about how her courage had interested her. At that moment, the maid rushed to him and began to apologize. She said that she had a lot of herbs and she got them mixed up. The main character thought that the princess was violating her own laws. Nothing surprising. She was sending people to their deaths. Taishi said with an angry expression that it was offensive. At that moment, tears came to the maid's eyes. The princess with a calm expression said that after this she wanted him to be hers even more. She turned to the maid Stella. She understood her at once. The girl took a pendant out from under her clothes. The main character looked at it in shock and thought about what it was. Some magic began to spread from the pendant. It was very bright. He closed his eyes. Taishi thought to himself that this was a magical instrument. At that moment, the princess approached Stella and said that she was a good girl. The girl thanked her for the compliment. Then the girls turned to the main character and asked what it was like to feel the magic of the ancients. Taishi realized that it was a hypnotic pendant. Suddenly he thought that his body was not moving. The princess was saying that it would be better if he immediately agreed to belong to her, but nothing could be done. She offered him to be friends, lifting her dress. A dark-haired guy falls and hits his head slightly. A girl holding something in her hands tells him that she will do anything to get what she wants. A maid is standing nearby. After kissing the girl, the guy coughs and asks her what she drank. The girl asks the guy not to worry, because it was just a special drug. He is surprised by this. The maid once told her that with this potion even an innocent girl would not feel pain, but she quarreled and said that she was not afraid at all. Although it wasn't poison, even the guy's resistance skill was completely powerless at that moment. The girl looks at the guy happily, then says that it seems that the potion has already worked. He asks the girl about the expression on her face. It seems that their hero is suffering because of it. She takes off his clothes. The main character does not understand why the princess of this world is so persistent in this regard. She says that her body is already burning. Two girls stand in front of the exhausted protagonist and examine his body parts with interest. The girl asks the maid Stella if she can do it, then Stella asks her not to show weakness, after which the girl agrees with her. However, suddenly she tells Stella that she will be first. This is her order. Stella agrees with her if she wants it. She calls her a good girl. The main character tries to raise his hand, but it is difficult. He cannot move. If he does not do anything, then not only the princess but also the maids will pester him. Suddenly he does something and a flash occurs. The girl falls to her knees. The maid asks her about her condition. The guy puts on his pants and leaves. The girl is angry that he ran away and calls him a coward. The girl points her finger at him and asks him how he can run away halfway. Won't he regret it later as a man? The protagonist angrily tells the girl that the only one he wants to do this with is Marie, calls her stupid. She asks her to take her words back. The guy demands that she give in. He only wants Marie. Someone tells Taishi that it was well said. Suddenly, Marie bursts into the room, asking in horror if he is okay. The main character is surprised by this. The girl says that when she learned about this from the messenger, after that she shouts to Carnell that it was all her. Carnell angrily asks why she always gets the best. She won't let him get close to her. She says that she always wants people. She does whatever she wants. That's why people call her selfish. Carnell asks to stop blaming her. She refused the alliance with the royal Keppel, and since she received the letter from her sister, she has been offended by her. Marie says that she does not hear her, does not know anything about any sister. The protagonist understands what they were going to do to him. He listens to their conversations and thinks about how well they know each other. The girls start to fight slightly. The main character stands behind, confused, and asks if they are childhood friends. Both girls angrily ask him at the same time why he even thought that they had been friends since childhood. The protagonist realizes this and thinks that they are obviously getting along well. Suddenly, two men enter the room and ask what is going on here. The king falls to the floor. The second man worries about him. The main character looks at all this and does not understand what is happening here. The king looks at the guy with folded hands and asks the hero to forgive them, because this is all because he did not watch enough. The guy tells him that he shouldn't worry so much, and yet, he has attempted on his life so many times he is not even from this country. The king says that it is not only about that, he just wants to apologize for what happened. However, he probably no longer has the desire to help their kingdom. So many attempts on his life under such a convenient pretext, saving their kingdom. One girl says that there is a conversation. Marie reports that Princess Carnelia has been placed under arrest for 2 months, as well as the girl accompanying her. She says that since she poisoned a guest of their kingdom, she will face the death penalty. The girl is horrified by this news. 2 guards are standing behind her. The protagonist is also shocked by this. He says that Carlia is to blame, and the maid will be executed. She had no choice but to carry out the order. Mari asks Taishi to calm down. The royal family does not make mistakes. And if she is wrong, then the maid could not protect her from this. It is her duty, the maid to execution, the princess under arrest. They took care of everything so as not to raise a fuss. The girl tells the guy that Taishi shouldn't worry. The main character asks in horror if she thinks this is normal. She says that because he is worried, they will not cancel the execution or hide the evidence, but if he wants, they can hand her over to him after I make him a servant, so they have already taken care of everything. The girl tells Zontak that everything is correct. He thanks for such generosity. The hero and Princess Mariel. The main character sympathizes. The protagonist thinks about whether the princess and the maid agreed to such conditions. It will be troublesome if not. The girl says that putting her under arrest is too much. She tells the hero that he was just lucky. If he had just become her, none of this would have happened. It is because of her that they are going to execute her. She has no upbringing. The man tells the princess that he will take her to the monastery. She screams that she will not give up until she takes everything from Mariel. The girl tells the guy that she is tired and suggests going home. He agrees. She tells the king that they are done for today. They both walk down the street. The guy asks what kind of nonsense happened today. Marie says that she constantly has problems with this girl. She is very tired of everything. The girl looks at the guy and blushing tells him that, as he said, he is only hers. The main character is touched by this and understands that she is simply the best. Two girls meet them. The guy asks one of them if she is hurt. She says that everything is fine. When she heard the news, her heart almost stopped. The second girl says that she was very worried. The guy understands this. She was constantly under tension, no matter how strong it was. The girl reports that if something were to happen, everyone in the mansion would be worried. Both girls ask the protagonist to never act recklessly. The protagonist understands them. Since he had the danger detection skill, he noticed the poison tea, but if it was prepared for Marie or Fram, he wouldn't be able to keep calm either. He thinks that they are all like family to him. He apologizes for making them worry. The main character happily announces that he is home. All the girls are happy about his return. They had already prepared dinner. The main character ate with pleasure. When they returned to the mansion, he immediately felt better. Even the fatigue disappeared. The main character comes in with a towel around his neck and sees a girl drinking something. She drops it on the floor. The guy recognizes this bottle and turns to her in bewilderment. The girl reports that she is afraid that they will not be able to sleep tonight. Her body is ready to explode from the inside, and then the main character was used. Morning comes. The girl wakes up and yawns. She says that everything is great. Today they will all try their best. She greets Uncle Fram. Several days have passed since she started working in this mansion. She says that she will prepare breakfast and her uncle will set the table. She asks Fram to change the sheets in the bedroom. He agrees. She also has a lot of work. It's a bit heavy. However, the fact that Mr. Fram is at home makes her happy. She chooses a pastel, then goes into the room and apologizes to the lady. She walks in and sees Marie asking Taishi if he likes maid costumes, which is just wonderful. The protagonist asks her to stop because it's too much. Marie says that his body says otherwise. The girl silently leaves the room and closes the door. A girl runs up and asks Fram if she changed the sheets, but accidentally bumps into her. The girl notices how big her figure is. Fram says that the gentleman will be spending some time in the bedroom, so she will change the sheets later. She asks why. Fram tells the girl that it is too early for her to know this, which makes the little girl angry at her. She tells Fram that she is, by the way, the head maid. Fram calls her Mabelhead and says that he will take up other work. After this, the girl accidentally knocks over a bucket of water and tries to catch it. Everyone looks at her. She thinks about whether she is useful at all. The protagonist sits facing the table, next to a plate of food. They ask him if he feels bad, if they can cook him something light, but he says that everything is fine. So much has happened in the last few days, he is physically exhausted, so he just wants to live quietly. Mabel quietly says that he seems to be tired because of Princess Carlia. Then a lot must have happened. Can they help him? Fram thinks that it is better to leave him alone. He probably has insomnia. Uncle turns to Mabel. She asks what he wants. He says that she left the pot on the fire and it looks like everything burned. She apologizes and thinks that she made a lot of mistakes. She is not an experienced maid yet and does not know how to do many things. She cannot do the job as well as her uncle. She would like to have special skills. The uncle offers the guy to try onigiri. Marie's joyful smile is calming, and Fram's body is good and healing. You just have to look at it. Mabel does not really understand what is happening between Marie and the Lord. The protagonist asks again about the shoulder massage. Mabel says that she wants to help him get rid of fatigue. He agrees, and she says that she will try. The girl begins to lightly touch the guy's shoulders, and he calmly turns to her with his eyes closed. He tells Mabel that she can try harder because it's like she's tickling him. The girl apologizes because that's all she can do. He understands that because she's a girl and a child. After that, she moves away from him. The guy looks at her. The main character asks her about her legs. She doesn't understand. He explains that she can walk on his back. The girl can't believe it. The girl accepts his offer and stands on his back and begins to walk on it. The main character tells the girl where she should walk and how good it feels for him. She is surprised that she really walks on his back. She asks if she can do it, if he likes it. The girl thinks that she feels the body temperature of the main character with her feet. She asks the guy if everything is okay. He says everything is fine. She reflects on the fact that he is a hero of this country, but at the same time asks to stomp on his back. The guy turns to her and asks her to step harder. He thinks that this is a wonderful feeling. A sleepy Marie enters the room and is surprised by what is happening. Mabel is also surprised by this. The girl understands that it is just a massage, otherwise she was surprised. The girl tells Taishi that there is no need to tell Mabel everything that comes to his mind. If she could use healing magic, she could heal him. The main character asks again about the healing and says that he is doing quite well without it. He likes it when a girl steps on him. When everything came to an end, the main character thanks the girl and tells her that he feels better. The girl looks at him and exhales. Today she was able to help the gentleman. He asks her if everything is okay. She blushes. The girl says that everything is fine. The embarrassed girl tells the guy that if he needs another massage, she will give it to him. The main character agrees and says that he will definitely invite her. Marie is pouting because of this, and thinks that Mabel is very cunning. Mabel looks at her in surprise. The guy has a bad feeling. The girl drops the main character and climbs on him. He asks her what she's doing. Marie tells him that she also wants to step on him because he likes it. The main character explains that it was just a massage. He doesn't like it that much, and besides, it's very heavy. The girl walks on the guy's back and asks him how he feels. He says that it is definitely different from Mabel. The main character asks Mabel to wait. She looks at them shyly. The guy asks Marie to stop, and then screams throughout the house and the street. After that, the gentleman quietly said that the fatigue had disappeared. He had never felt so comfortable when someone stepped on him. Two silhouettes are peeping from behind the door. Uncle tells Fram that it's pretty nice when they're together, but the girl sighs and says that it's nothing like that. She committed a crime by attempting on her master's life. She doesn't think that he actually has anything to worry about. She says that everything is fine. It's fun to watch them. The uncle looks and says that he hopes, however, that strange inclinations will not suddenly awaken in his niece. People start screaming, covering themselves with their hands, asking for help, and a multitude of large insects fly straight at them. The main character approaches, not understanding what is happening here, but immediately creates a flurry of energy and destroys a bunch of insects. All the insects are cut into pieces and then fall dead to the ground, hitting it. Everyone looks at the guy with relief and tells him that they didn't expect anything else from him. Marie appears and says that with such force they will destroy their nest in the blink of an eye. The protagonist agrees with her with a smile. The guy says that next time they will definitely kill them all. That's great. The two of them are heading somewhere. They decide to earn some money in the guild, walk through the village of Vieto. The guy thinks about why they need money after all. The sun's rays are shining through the window right into the guy's room, waking him up. He understands that it's already morning, but he doesn't want to get up too early and decides to sleep some more. They wish him good morning via voice chat and ask if they are disturbing him. They just need to talk. The protagonist is unhappy with this and thinks that he is hallucinating, tries hard to fall asleep. They ask him to stop ignoring and listen. They want to tell him something important. In 2 months, there will be a great flood. The protagonist is surprised by this. He is asked to leave questions for later. He needs to tell other people about this. The guy asks the voice to wait. He looks at the sign and thinks about the great flood. Marie straightens her hair and asks in surprise what this great flood means. There is nothing strange in the fact that it can happen. The guy asks Marie to stop beating around the bush, let her just tell him, and that's it. The girl agrees. The Great Flood is a phenomenon where monsters overwhelm all areas. It usually occurs every 2 decades, and the extent of damage depends on the place and time. During the last one, a huge number of monsters moved into the capital of Alphen, causing great damage. 20 years ago, she was still a child. The maids were bursting into tears, and the number of guards guarding the palace was reduced. She thinks many of them were unable to return home, but she noticed this much later. The girl asks Taishi why he suddenly started talking about this. He says that it was because the mysterious Eye of God told him about it. The girl is surprised by this. She says that it is terrible and thinks that he is an oracle. Whatever it is, it will be better to find out about everything from the kingdom. There will be no end to problems, but she will say he approaches his servants. The main character asks everyone to listen to him. He says that a great flood will happen in 2 months. Everyone is surprised by this. Mabel asks the gentleman how he knows. He admits that God told him so because he knew that they would react that way. There must be someone in this world who heard about it, and if they confirm it, but it is a difficult goal. The man says that it is difficult to prove. If rumors spread about it, the guy can be blamed for all the unrest. He imagines himself shouting to everyone that he heard the voice of God, that in 2 months there will be a great flood, and that he was considered crazy. He understands that this is how it will be. The protagonist turns to Jack and asks if he can make an appointment with Sontark. Jack says that if they enlist the support of the Marquis of Sontark, then they will be able to seek help from the temple. This is the right decision. There are enough priests in the capital's temple who can hear the voice of God. If Taishi talks to them, then Marquis Sontark will not be indifferent, Mabel reports. Jack is a vassal of Sontark. He is sure that he will be able to lead them. Sontark trusts Jack more than the guy himself. They will inform the Marquis about everything. They can rely on him. There are 2 months left before the Great Flood. Now they will start hunting monsters and earn money. They need good equipment to become stronger. By the time the Great Flood comes, he should definitely become stronger. Now it's time to return to the present. Marie shouts to the guy that the last one is on that side. The main character uses the beam and attacks the last enemy. The insect falls lifelessly to the ground. Marie reports that she has already lost count. There are too many of them, but they are already gone. It is not surprising that the main character is also tired. They both fall to the ground without strength. The main character uses disassembly and sees information about hornets. He wanted to put the whole nest in the warehouse, but here there is a bunch of materials: larvae, pupae, eggs, honey. High-quality ingredients, and the honey is sweet and delicious. The main character is surprised by this. The girl says that they can be sold for quite a lot. She feels good at this thought. It would be great if they managed to sell everything they got. The girl agrees. This is the story. The two of them are standing there happily. They destroyed a sick hornet's nest and decided to give this to them. The children look in surprise at what the couple managed to obtain, and the villagers thank the adventurers for it. The villagers are happy that their village will now be safe. This is happiness. They did it so quickly. They should have made a request to the guild earlier. The main character listens to praise and tells them that they embarrass him. The girl confesses to the main character that she initially thought of this request as a way to make money. That's why she didn't think that so many people would become happy. The main character looks at the girl in surprise. She says with a smile that it is really great to be an adventurer, and the main character agrees with her with a smile. A little later in the Adventurers Guild, the girl looks at the paper and is shocked that they defeated a nest of large hornets, 41 of them in total. The main character says that they also brought materials from them. The reward for the request is 1 silver coin. The reward for 1 large hornet is 2 copper coins. In total, they have 95 gold coins, 9 silver coins, and 2 copper coins. They are both surprised by this. The guy realizes that they got so much money for just one request. They did it. Being an adventurer is profitable. You need to stop laughing. They also got honey, larvae, and pupae. These are expensive ingredients. Marie suggests eating when they return. They look delicious. The protagonist reflects on the fact that with this task his level has increased to 20 and Mari's level to 11. Now she has reached the rank of an average adventurer. The protagonist looks at the girl who is in a good mood. However, they don't know how many monsters there will be. They need to become even stronger, but for today, the guy turns to the girl. The main character strokes the girl's head and tells her that she tried hard. The girl is embarrassed by this gesture. As soon as they entered, they were already met by Mabel, to whom the guy tells that they brought quality ingredients. The girl is surprised by this and asks what kind. The guy offers her to take it and gives her a huge larva right into her hands, which horrifies the girl. She suddenly feels ill. The main character and Marie turn to her with concern. They thought that she was just having a hard time. The protagonist apologizes to Mabel for scaring her. She says that it was just unexpected. She was scared by how abruptly they were handed to her. The guy also asks Fram how she is. The girl says that everything is fine. Sometimes she had to eat monster meat. Imagines the killers frying monster meat. Fram announces that he and Mabel will cook together if they are hungry. Marie promises that it will be delicious, but Mabel will definitely not eat it. They are asked if they will go to sleep after they finish eating. They agree. They have saved a lot of money by completing a request in the guild. Now they need a good weapon. Someone asks if he is serious. The man answers yes and says that at least he said it with a serious face. The second man understands this and will see what he can do about it. Taishi, who is sitting at the table, is asked if they will also do a quest today. He replies that it would be nice. He asks Marie, who is sitting opposite him, if there is a workshop in this mansion. He wants to try making his own weapon. She says it is a good idea before the flood. The girl asks the main character if he knows blacksmithing and alchemy. Before answering, he first thanks her for the food. There are a lot of materials, tools, and all sorts of accessories in the workshop. He wants to get started. Marie is interested to see this. The alchemy table is next to the forge. The guy gets an idea. The main character asks the girl if she wants to take up alchemy. The girl is suddenly surprised by his offer, then thinks about it and agrees. She happily announces that while Taishi works in the forge, she will be busy with alchemy. The main character says that later they will see what they have achieved in the end. If she decided to do this, then it is still worth keeping an eye on her. She will help him out a lot if she masters alchemy. The main character thinks that he will now raise the skill by completing the quest. He increased the rank and received 19 skill points. For 15 points he will raise the skill to level 5. And this time he will master blacksmithing. He will need a very powerful weapon. And if he could release the weapons to the market, he could increase the strength of all of them. He thought about acquiring the alchemy skill, but creating weapons was a dream for men. He asks to see what he can do at the first level of the skill. First he needs a design. He is thinking about a dagger. He is interested in what he will get at the first level and whether he can do it at all. First, he needs to make a fire. He knows how to forge metal and work with tools thanks to his skills. It seems that the furnace here is filled with magical power. The fire broke out immediately after he used magic. It is quite stable magic. The protagonist looks at the fire in the furnace. The main character proceeds to further actions. He heats the iron in the furnace, holds in his hands a special tool in which an iron ingot is placed. He places the iron in the furnace and looks at what is happening, notices that everything is working and thinks that this is not bad. The main character picks up a hammer and realizes that it looks pretty good. Now it needs to be forged. He hits the heated iron with a hammer. This is because he has increased his rank, and with it his strength and dexterity. The hotter the metal, the easier it is to work with. After he has forged it, he has to put it in water, which he does, and then continues working and looks at the shape thinking about whether to make it smaller. And in less than 30 minutes the blade was ready. He sharpened it on a whetstone, made a handle out of leather and wood. The guy himself was surprised at how he managed it so quickly. The guy holds the finished dagger in his hands and understands that he seriously managed to do it. The skill is simply amazing. It took him an hour. Even when he looks at it, it seems perfect. The quality turned out good. From this point on, the main character will increase the skill level and make daggers, but it takes quite a long time to create weapons at the second level, but the quality has become excellent. By raising his skills to level 3, the protagonist opened up the possibility of magic, and by raising them to level 4, he learned how to increase magical power and tried to create an item with magical power. Every time he levels up, the time it takes to create decreases, it heats up faster, it forges faster, it sharpens faster, and the knowledge becomes more and more. The guy is already starting to get a headache from how much information he is receiving at once. However, despite this, he continued to forge as if possessed, and then realized that he had already made dozens of types of weapons. Marie doesn't even complain about the noise, and she's in the neighboring workshop. Apparently there's some kind of noise insulation magic here, and it's just perfect here. The main character swings a hammer and thinks how much the mansion costs, but it's better not to ask. Marie happily comes into the guy's workshop and tells him that they finally got the magic medicine. The girls are surprised that there are a lot of weapons here, and he didn't even notice how he did all this. The girl picks up one of the daggers from the floor and asks if he made it himself. They both examine the dagger. What the two are looking at is of perfect quality. At this level of blacksmithing, he has learned to forge sacred and magical swords. The method of making from demonic materials has also changed. He can gather the materials he needs himself. Mari tells Taishi that it looks like he's really doing well. The guy says that if she wants, she can take it. She's surprised that he can actually take the dagger for himself. The protagonist says that this is the best thing he did today, and she wouldn't want it. The girl thanks him. He looks at the silent frame and asks if she wants anything for self-defense when going out into the city or something like that. The protagonist says that there are not only daggers here, but also many other types of weapons, but the girl turns to him, which surprises him. The girl informs that servants are not allowed to carry weapons, not to mention criminal servants, so that they do not turn the blade against the master, but she can handle everything with her bare hands. The main character listens to her. She admits that the Mari dagger, even if it were a precious stone made by the greatest master, looks convincing, even becomes joyful. The guy is silent and thinks about whether he should have given Marie a gift, or whether she is just trying to abstain, whether he shouldn't have given Fram a weapon. The girl takes out something and asks the guy to take it as gratitude for the weapon. She takes out a bottle and says that she made a restoration potion. The main character asks why it glows, whether it can be drunk at all. The protagonist tells Mari that it is wonderful and thanks her. She says that it is fun. Being an adventurer is interesting, but alchemy has also interested her. Now she is researching the effect of the recovery potion. Someone here should see it. Marie says that she was having a hard time and that she wants to eat. Then Fram asks her if he should cook for her. Today Marie only raised her skill to level 1. He is sure that it is all thanks to his hard work, but maybe he really is a genius. The girl tells Taishi that they have fish today. Today he raised his skill to level 5. It's because he made weapons all day. The normal hammer became a blacksmith hammer. It's probably all because of the skill. The main character promises himself that he will try to create a powerful weapon because he needs to prepare for the flood. A few days later at the Zontak mansion, the protagonist passes through the gate and thinks that their mansion is not even comparable in size to this one, although what else would you expect from the Marquis? The man knocks on the door wearing gloves and is given permission to enter. He apologizes for disturbing Marquis Zontak and says that he has brought a hero. The Marquis asks if they could wait until he finishes. Suddenly there is so much work, the main character understands that it is hard for him and agrees to wait. Then they sit at the table where there are cups of tea. They came for only one reason, but the Marquis knows why they came. But as it turned out, it was only a small part. The man reports that the oracles in all the temples have confirmed his words, and now all the countries are exchanging the information they have. He says that all this will happen, and the guy was not mistaken. The man says that the Great Flood will still happen, and then calmly drinks tea. The extent of the flood varies depending on the place and time. It seems that last time it caused massive damage to the capital of Alphen. Are there enough troops in Calendil? The guy asks if he is the only hero in the country. The Marquis gives a positive answer. The protagonist smiles and says that in that case, he has something else. The guy lays out a lot of swords in front of him and says that these are sabers he made. The Marquis examines them and says that it is amazing, and they are all beautifully made and have achieved perfect quality. He made a huge batch of weapons to increase their strength. There are about 30 of them here. Let the Calendil army take advantage of this. It is not too late to introduce them into the ranks of the army. The sabers will be useful for the cavalry. The man says that they will pass them on, but is it possible to produce them for the whole country and not just for the cavalry troops and adventurers? The protagonist says of course. He only made blades, so it's better to call another master for the handles. Making a spear or a blade is not difficult, but a handle is a real hassle. They want to mass-produce magic weapons. Then they will need magic tools. It is quite effective. The main character gives him his samples. The man looks at it in surprise and says that these are also made excellently. It would be great if they continue to cooperate with the country. He feels that they will be able to survive the flood. The protagonist is thinking about working with the country, but he would not like to give it all away for free. For weapons he used iron, mithril, orichalcum and crystals, and black steel. He is quite forgetful, but for the production of these weapons a reward is required. The protagonist hopes that they will come to an agreement. The man is silent, then agrees. The guy will quickly make the blades, so let him deliver the materials as soon as possible. The man agrees with him. They both stand up, and the Marquis says that the army of adventurers will go out to this flood together. They shake hands. The negotiations with Zontak were successful, and that evening Marie pestered him while he was sleeping. The girl turns to the guy and asks him to teach her magic. Marie also began to prepare for the Great Flood. A girl asks a guy to help her with magic. He doesn't understand why she would suddenly decide to do this. Marie explains that a great flood is coming, so she must be prepared for it. She asks the guy if it's cool that she can use magic. The guy agrees that it's not bad. She even bought herself a spell book, Primitive Magic. Anyone can easily learn magic with it. The main character says that if magic is so easy to learn, then they need more magicians. The girl says that only he can help her here. Only he and no one else. Studying magic and alchemy, the girl is quite ambitious. He would feel better if she helped him instead of fighting. He agrees to help her and she happily thanks him. The main character asks to take his hands. She takes them and asks if it is so. But you need to interlace your fingers and direct magical power into him. First you need to direct it to one hand and then to the other to spread it. The girl tries to do this. A girl tells a guy that he has very big hands and he tells her that his are small and cute. He explains to the girl that then the left hand, his right, let him direct power to it, concentrate the magical power in the left hand. Suddenly the girl feels good about something. The guy asks her about it and asks her to tell him if it hurts, but she asks him not to stop. The girl asks him to continue. He asks her what's wrong with her. She says that she feels him. He asks if everything is okay, if they can stop. If it is possible to transfer so much power into Marie who has never used magic before. One day, she found out that she also has the ability to use magic. Now she must select the magic power she received, and then concentrate the power in her left hand again. He will take the power from her right hand. The main character begins to tense up and understands that the more he gives, the more he takes, it becomes difficult for him. The magic passed through them, and connected, her magic slowly adapting to his body. The guy thinks about it. It's quite strange, because her magic seems to warm him from the inside, this feeling. The guy hears Marie's thoughts that she loves him, he understands that these are her thoughts and feels warmth. Then a girl appears who climbs into his arms. This is her soul, primitive magic, something like the magic that connects the hearts of two people. The girl turns to him and apologizes, because she can't do it anymore, after which she loses consciousness. The protagonist realizes that he was hasty and increased the amount of magic power. Then he uses recovery magic. It's all because of his stupidity. However, after the circulation of magic, there is a feeling of strength rising, as if their mixed magical power is already familiar to his body, and besides, this feeling. Along with the magic power, he felt her soul when he used magic for the first time. Mari must have felt his soul as well. The guy thanks her. The girl lies down and calls the guy a few names. He apologizes and says that he shouldn't have said that. The main character asks the girl how she feels. She says that it's a little strange, but better than before. She says that she realized something. This time, the girl offers the main character to change places. The guy asks if she is sure everything is okay. She says that it is. She offers to start. The girl grabs the guy by the hand. He notices this strange feeling, similar to tickling. It is clearly different from the previous one. Suddenly, the guy tenses up and asks the girl to stop, who takes away his magical power and squeezes his hand tightly. The guy asks her to stop and understands that she wants to kill him because he has more magical powers. After that, the two of them lie on the bed. Primitive magic, magic for exchanging magical power. The circulation of power between people is quite dangerous. However, Mari feels like her strength is overflowing. He checked her status. Mari's magic has increased by about 100 units of magic power, and this is by the way significant damage, but she must be feeling better. And their primitive magic skills were at level 1, if they were to raise their level in this state, it would instantly become a power that could be absorbed. However, this primitive magic, what will happen if he uses it for insidious purposes? He doesn't even want to think about it. The main character is happy that they were able to use magic. The girl suddenly notices a continuation in the book. Therefore, the girl suggests that he continue, because they have a whole night ahead of them. The main character calls her a demon and thinks that primitive magic is not bad for night pleasures, but Marie's insatiable appetite makes him regret it. Frame enters the room with a tray and wishes them good morning, saying that she hopes their night was a success. The protagonist sits at the table, embarrassed, and agrees with her. Then they look at each other in silence. The guy thinks about it. He feels somehow awkward after that incident with the dagger. He refrained from giving a gift, calling himself a servant. This can't go on like this, so he eventually decides to ask her directly. She agrees, and the guy asks the girl what she thinks about him. She tells the main character that he is the hero of the country, and she is just his servant. The guy knew that she would say something like that and therefore is going to say it differently. He doesn't consider her a servant, maybe that's her status, but for him she is an important person living in this mansion. They're like one whole family. The girl is surprised after the guy's words. The protagonist tells Fram that he comes from a place much further away than she can imagine, and having received a mansion, he also found a place where he can rest. That is why he wants this place to be like this for her too. The girl is confused and surprised by the guy's words. She asks with her eyes closed if this is a place where she can relax. She understands this. She got up early to take care of them. Marie and Mabel were chatting with Jack. These were quiet days at least. They weren't like the days when she was a child. It was the main character who gave her this opportunity. She remembers all the moments with him. However, since she is a former killer, doesn't he despise her? The protagonist says that he won't hate her because of something like that. She would prefer to be hated, but they are partners. Of course there were bad moments, but she can hate the guy too. It was he who saved her from those bloody days when she was a murderer. Now she understands that if everything had remained as it was, she would have simply lost heart, gradually going crazy. She had no future, of course. At first she was burning with resentment. She reports that, however, now everything is different. She approaches the guy and they both become embarrassed. The awakened Marie enters the room and wishes everyone a good morning. Fram wishes her the same and says that she will cook tomorrow. The girl yawns and approaches the table at which the main character is already sitting. The girl turns to the main character. He looks at her questioningly and she asks if she can start providing him with some services, which surprises the guy very much and spills his drink. Marie asks the guy what she told him. She rubs her eyes. The main character hides and says that she didn't say anything like that. The girl thanks for the food and says that she will go to the workshop. The main character leaves and falls to the floor behind the door. He is nervous and realizes that after those words his heart almost jumped out. He thinks about what it was. Was it a joke? Because Marie is in first place for him and he tries to push these thoughts aside. Zontaka's mansion, he says that by announcing the start of the flood, he wants to ask him, the hero of the country, to raise morale. The protagonist is surprised by this and they are both silent for a while. The main character understands what it means that he wants him to join. He asked him to refrain from such things. He understands and says what is, that is. The man was surprised by the guy's reaction. He thought he would be angry. He imagines the guy screaming and cursing. The guy says that he can't refuse. There's nothing he can do now. He started it all himself. The man apologizes. He understands that their country is not in a position to ask him. However, he himself knows that if something happens to Marie and his friends, then this entire kingdom will become his enemy. Let him keep that in mind. The man agrees discontentedly and says that he will remember. It's not all that bad really, since he can gain favor with the kingdom, so if the reward after the flood is a mansion much larger than the current one, he will get his whole territory. The guy understands that let them just try not to notice his success. The man gives him the schedule of their performance. It can still change. The main character agrees and takes the document. The main character understands that the whole problem is in Marie. The man says that this is exactly how it is, and they have a proposal. A girl picks something out in a store and asks a guy if that means she has to be there too. She asks if everything will be alright. Marie fled the kingdom of Miscronia because she did not intend to enter into a political marriage, and now she will see them again. They will listen to the offer of the Zontarch. What is it? Marie, the first princess of the kingdom of Miscronia, deeply respected the hero, having received a divine revelation, left her country. She met a great hero and supported him along his path. She says that love between a hero and a princess is a classic, but it sounds pretty beautiful. In the eyes of the people of both countries they will be like from a fairy tale. Since she ran away without permission, there might be some problems, but it would be much harder for her family to make a fuss about her running away if she said she did the right thing. However, they are walking on very thin ice, and there is a chance that flooding will cause chaos. Moreover, if she chooses a hero as her spouse, her engagement to the prince from a neighboring country will be dissolved, and all the inhabitants of the kingdom of Calendil will witness their engagement. They can also use the performance to announce their engagement. She tells Tace that she loves him very much. There is no need to repeat this, however. She may have run away from home. He helped her. The guy says there is no need to thank him, after which they hug. Suddenly, the girl realizes that he takes everyone as his concubine. He likes them all, but he says that she is his only one, and besides, lately he has been thinking only about the flood. The protagonist sighs. The protagonist's speech about the flood, they have already increased the production of weapons, but there are still many things that need to be done, especially to make the residents of the mansion stronger. Fram meets them and tells the protagonist that he is back. They say that they are back. The main character invites Fram to go to the living room. They need to talk. The girl understood him. After everyone has gathered, the main character says that he wants to talk about the Great Flood. He thinks that the walls of the mansion will hold up, but never knows what awaits them. Suddenly a thief will get in through the fireplace. That's why the main character takes something in his hands. Last time she didn't take it because she considered herself a servant. In general, he gives this weapon to Fram. The main character gives her a weapon and offers to protect everyone while he is not in the mansion. The girl is surprised by this. She is shocked by this. Everyone else is watching the girl and her reaction. She says that she has already said that she is a former killer and now a servant, and therefore she cannot carry a weapon. The guy loudly informs her that this is not a request, but a full-fledged order. The girl says that she understood, takes her new weapon, and says that she will protect the mansion even at the cost of her life, including herself. The guy asks not to misunderstand him. He wants them to protect. Fram looks at the boy in surprise, who understands that although she is a servant, he nevertheless reports that he, a knight of the kingdom of Calendil, gives her an order. Fram forces, protect the mansion. But it is also necessary to protect those who are in this mansion. Everyone looks with a smile at the girl, who is shocked by this. After such words, she agrees with the guy. Mabel, sitting in the sauna with Marie, asks her if she is okay. The girl asks again, and Mabel explains that the frame has become a concubine. The girl thoughtfully says that everything is fine. If one day she gets pregnant, she does not want to force Taste to endure. Mabel is shocked by this word. She asks if this is what she means, and Marie agrees with her. Marie asks Mabel with a smile if she also wants to become a concubine. Like From, Marie is shocked by such an unexpected question. She is at a loss for words, and says what she will think. Marie completely understands this. Embarrassed, Fram lifts her skirt and tells the protagonist that she will try her best for him. The main character sheepishly says that he is of course glad, but her phrases, she asks if he likes hugging someone other than Marie, he thinks what to answer. The girl tells him that he is a man, so he shouldn't worry. He says that he is afraid that he won't be able to control himself if this happens. The girl tells the main character that he should pay more attention to himself. He understands that she is like a demon whispering sweet words because there is no way back. Frame, sitting right on top of the main character, asks him how far they will go together. After that, they kiss, and the girl tells him that it is very awkward. He asks if she doesn't like it, but she denies this assumption. The girl approaches the protagonist's face again and says that she is actually very happy. The main character notices in the process that Frame is much older than Marie, and also notes her figure. Suddenly, the girl turns to the guy and tells him that she can't do it anymore, after which she falls down on the bed, exhausted, and then tries to catch her breath. After some time, the main character asks how she feels. The girl shyly says that it is good, but it seems that only she liked it. Her duty is to serve him. The protagonist asks her what she is talking about and tells the girl that it means she will try until she can satisfy him. In the end, that's how they spent the night together, because the closer the body, the closer the heart, but some kind of anxious feeling crept into his chest. Early in the morning, Marie stands in front of the door, who then opens the door and asks if maybe they've had enough fun. Fram asks Marie if she is breaking her promise, and then she says that she is not breaking anything and does not intend to. Fram asks what the matter is then. Marie tells the girl that the whole point is that she is going to join them. Fram is surprised by this, but agrees. Both girls in front of the guy say that it's time to start. The main character looks at them in bewilderment, after which he becomes horrified. The three of them are lying in bed. The main character is thinking about the fact that this is every man's dream. But why does he feel guilty, although they both agree, so there is nothing to worry about in principle. Jack covers the main character with a blanket, who fell asleep right at the table in his workshop. Mabel looks at the guy. About 20 days after they learned of the Great Flood, the protagonist lies on the floor completely exhausted. Marie wakes up the main character and tells him that she brought medicine for fatigue, holds the bottle in her hands. The guy asks him to stop and not force him to drink it. It looks like a bad scene. She asks about it again and asks him not to be shy, forces the guy to drink it. Lately, Marie has been using him to test her potions. Just like a guinea pig, the poison doesn't work on him, but there are still side effects. The protagonist stands up and holds his shoulder. The girl asks the guy how he feels. He says that he feels unnaturally tired, asks if the potion has any side effects. The girl asks him not to worry and says that it is just addictive. He asks how he can not worry about it, then she asks him to look at it. They both look at the pile of boxes, and the protagonist confidently asks if he did a good job. The girl gives a positive answer. Finally, he finished making blades for the soldiers of Zondak, blades for sabers, long swords, short swords, and sharp spears. He does not want to do anything else. He hopes that there will be no more work. The girl asks the guy if he made himself a new weapon. He agrees. He made it by trial and error. It is a sword made of 2 alloys, divine silver and crystal. The girl says that it is beautiful. What kind of divine silver? This is often called orichalcum, an alloy made from the processing of mithril. This sword has the strength of orichalcum while maintaining the lightness of mithril, and the blade core made of crystal increases the effectiveness of magic. Its magical attacks are more powerful. The girl asks about her sword then. His goal now is to strengthen their weapons, so she will most likely want to use the mithril dagger he gave her that time. He reports that he has reforged the mithril dagger and also tried to make a new saber for her, all of which lies on the table in front of them. He made it this way so that it would match the dagger. She is amazed by its beauty and takes it out of the sheath. The girl admires her new weapon and very sincerely thanks the main character for such kindness. The protagonist agrees with a smile. He thinks she's cute, but the scene where she waves her weapon is quite scary. He thinks that it would be nice to see her use a dagger and a saber at the same time, but she would most likely get cut from such attacks. Come to think of it, Fram knows how to fence. He offers to teach Fram how to fight, she agrees, and is going to invite her to practice with her in the backyard, and the protagonist wants to check how his sword fits in his hand. Good thing she is enthusiastic. Since the protagonist began preparing for the Great Flood, he created weapons and earned money. Wherever he is, he will continue to prepare. There were more requests from the guild, like killing monsters, and during this preparation, the guy was able to raise the level of magic to 5 with the help of skill points, as well as powerful magic, raising the enhancement of magical and physical strength to the maximum. His status became surprisingly good. He had a lot of mana. His and Marie's levels have increased, so now he has 31. He asks her to show him what she learned there. The girl agrees. Both girls stand in front of the guy, and Marie is about to do some maneuver, which surprises Fram. She manages to knock the sword out of the hands of her teacher Fram. The girl calmly tells Marie that she has become stronger. She asks Taishi if he has seen how she can. Marie is also growing and is now level 20. She has reached level 3 in fencing and has learned the skill of dual wielding. Now they are finally ready. Amid all the tensions surrounding the Great Flood, the day of the protagonist's performance has arrived. The protagonist looks at Marie and tells her that she looks just like a princess. She replies that it is because she is a princess and he looks like a hero. Taishi smiles and says that because he is the hero, he and Mari put on their mithril armor and waited. The girls are amazed at how handsome the hero is. Sontark tells the guy that he seems ready. The guy asks what kind of armor this is. He wonders if they think that such armor will protect her. It is certainly beautiful, but it is of little use. This isn't just cloth, it's mithril mesh. Woven from thread-like mithril, it will protect much better than armor made of metal sheets, plus the enchantment increases physical defense. He thinks they are even better than his armor. The man says that the ceremony will start soon. He hopes that the guy has the text with him. He understands that he does not have it, and in this case they need to talk. For the first time in 50 years, a hero has appeared in their kingdom, and in this honor they have organized a ceremony to celebrate the hero's wedding, but there is something even more important. A great flood is coming. This ceremony attracts the attention of many people and makes them nervous. This is where he gets nervous. Finally, the ceremony begins. A crowd of people gathered around the carriage, and behind them at this time were knights with flags and spears. The protagonist and Marie wave to everyone. He feels strange seeing such a sight for the first time, but Marie says that this is not the first time for her, but she understands what he feels. People are surprised that the hero is somehow too ordinary, boring, but the girl next to him is cute. It would be much better for her to date this man, and not the hero. Tacy gets angry and asks what they are talking about. The guy tells the man that he is not even a hero. Marie turns to him. Someone asks if he is a troll slayer. The men remember that he supposedly killed a troll with his bare hands. They say that this can't be. Everything has a limit. Something is needed that will easily expose it. The main character thinks that this is a problem in the head. Marie happily announces that his nickname will now be known by everyone. The news that he is a hero will continue to spread, a feeling as if everything is going wrong, but at least he has retained his dignity. After completing the procession from the castle to the city, they finally announce the great attack from the castle walls. The protagonist directs everyone forward. The king addresses the inhabitants of the capital of Alphen and tells them that today they have an important announcement. He asks everyone to listen carefully. All the people look up at the king, next to whom the main character stands. He reports that the oracle has received a message that a great flood is coming in 2 months. All the people are surprised by this and start discussing it. The king asks the people not to worry. This time they have someone who will protect them all. This man is the first hero of their kingdom to be found in a long time. Taizi Mitsuba, who at this time raises his sword for everyone to see, stands next to Mari. Despite the fact that he has only recently become an adventurer, the hero managed to single-handedly defeat 3 trolls and receive the title of Troll Scourge. The king asks the inhabitants of the kingdom of Calendil to greet the hero. They also began to develop and produce new types of weapons, which would make their army stronger. With them is also the one who guided and helped the hero in his travels, the first princess of the neighboring country, Mariel, Bland Mislonia. Princess Mariel joined the oracle and left her homeland. Now she supports Taishi in all his endeavors. She is truly the saint of the oracle. And with the appearance of the hero and the saint, their kingdom is definitely experiencing this great flood. The king clenches his fist and announces that he would also like to remind them all of something. namely about the wealth and enormous power of their kingdom, its inhabitants, he turns to people and asks them to fight for the sake of their family and loved ones. They will all stand up to defend their kingdom of Kalandil. All the people joyfully raise their hands. The man tells the king that he gave a wonderful speech. Suddenly the main character looks at them and starts laughing, but the girl asks him not to laugh, otherwise she herself will not be able to hold back. He tells her that she is their holy oracle. The girl asks him to stop. It is too strange to call the one who jumped on her on the very first day of their meeting a saint. Maybe it is worth changing the meaning a little, and they also called him a hero. The girl runs up to the main character and tells him that now all that remains is to wait for the flood. The guy agrees with this, and Marie thinks about something. Marie stops and asks the guy why they should fight at all. The guy turns around in confusion and sees that the girl has started to tremble. She reminds him that he is not even a citizen of this country, and not even a resident of this yard, and even if he is not fighting on the front lines, they will be able to cope with the flood without him. The guy sighs and realizes that maybe it is so. But he has his reasons. No matter if he wants to test his strength or get the king's reward, he calmly stands leaning against the wall. But he can only say one thing with certainty. If he escapes, he will regret it his whole life. The feeling of guilt for the death of the inhabitants will constantly haunt him. Marie anxiously asks Taisi that he himself could die, after which the guy remains silent for a while. He understands that anything is possible. But there is also a possibility that there will be no monster stronger than him in the flood, and yet by fighting, he will be able to protect her and everyone else in the mansion. The girl looks at him happily. The people below notice the guy passing by and call him a hero, wave at him, and also tell the saint that she is also wonderful. They are both surprised by this. Finally, Marie waves back at the people and thanks them. The protagonist is happy that people like them. Marie says that they seem to be popular now. The main character says that it's not that he doesn't have some desire to become a hero for them. The girl asks if this is true. The girl smiles broadly and sweetly, and the main character understands that he would like to always see her smile. The main character offers to survive this great flood. He will protect her. The girl agrees and says that she has no doubts. The sky begins to darken. A gap is visible in the middle, from which many silhouettes fly out. The main character and Marie look at this seriously. The Great Flood begins. Monsters fly straight down. A few days ago on the fourth wall, a strategic council of the Knights of Alphen, the army of the Kingdom of Kalandil, took place. Besides the capital, Kalandil has the fortress cities of Crossroad, Telesco, Glodus, and Berlion, and judging by the data from past floods, these cities will hold out for at least a week or two. The only problem is the distribution of forces. First of all, we need to think about Glodus and Berlion. If they fall, then trade with Mount Bus. Demons will attack from the mountainous regions. It will take time to move troops. If the battles are long, the army will be exhausted, and if we make a mistake in numbers, we will lose. Therefore, we need to think about how much and where to distribute their forces. He wants to give the hero temporary control of the country, the man next to the king says. The main character is surprised and asks why, since he is the leader of the knights, but the man tells him that they need him here. The man tells him that when the flood comes, he should use magic to push back the hordes of monsters from the fourth wall, and not hold back. The protagonist asks again about discarding, and says that it sounds tempting. Why shouldn't he try it? Marie asks the guy if he is sure about this. He says that he is sure. It was at this moment that he prepared his weapon and increased his rank. The guy announces that he is ready. The magic he pumped up to level 5 during preparation. The main character raises his sword. The main character shouts that they need to go on the offensive and prepares to counterattack the monsters. A huge explosion occurs near a bunch of monsters, which most likely destroys them. After the smoke cleared, it was seen that the monsters had been cut into pieces, and several more groups of monsters were attacking. The main character looks at his statistics and realizes that he has increased 3 levels. A surprised girl stands behind him. The girl wants to say something about magic. It's a huge explosion, pure magic, shooting long-range projectiles. The power of such a spell is enough to form a funnel with a radius of about 100 meters in its place. Marie is pleasantly surprised that with him the flood will end in the blink of an eye. The guy agrees with her. By the way, the monsters that crawled out today are probably not the enemy's main force. The monsters attack in a coordinated manner using the gap between explosions. The guy holds the sword tightly and thinks about it. The guy understands that he needs to be reduced. Only the beginning of the Great Flood. The sky becomes dark. The main character looks up in surprise, where a perfectly round black spear has appeared. Suddenly, a sound is heard from the sphere, after which huge hands appear from it, which horrifies the main character, trying to understand what it is. The main character thinks that something is crawling out of this black hole. Most likely, a real catastrophe is approaching. Something is making creaking sounds. The people below look at this in horror and ask what it is and whether the hero will be able to defeat this thing. Taishi at this time thinks that he will not allow this giant to get out. He will use a big explosion. After the guy uses the spell, a massive explosion occurs at the site of the black hole. A sound is heard, and the hand that was reaching out of the hole begins to shake, then falls off and falls down. The protagonist is determined to leave no trace. He stretches out his hand and demands that he die. Then another explosion occurs. A column of smoke can be seen from behind a huge stone wall, and a wide crater has appeared at the site of the explosion. People look at this and think about whether he killed him. What kind of hand was that? He destroyed the monster's entire palm. It was just huge. They don't understand what they would do if his whole body appeared here. The main character sits tired on his knees, then looks at the scoreboard and realizes that he raised 3 whole levels by the hand. However, he does not understand what kind of monster it was, but he tries to drive away the Milzy because he still needs to defeat the remaining ones. The main character shouts to all the people below that the Great Flood has just begun. The warriors below raise their weapons up. Mabel hides and shivers. Looking up, she asks her Uncle Jack what it was. Black Spear, he thinks, and says that even he has never seen anything like it. Frem kills several monsters and says that with his disappearance there are fewer monsters. Mabel looks at this in horror and asks if the mansion is safe. The monsters have become more active. All they can do is defend themselves and wait. Frem confidently reports that they completely trust their master. Mabel agrees with her. After killing that giant, the monsters suddenly stopped attacking, and by midday everything was quiet. Most likely it was that monster that led the others in order to attack the capital. At 29, he wanted to live in another free world. They went to the royal capital in order to save another city. Then, a few days later, they arrived at the fortress city of Berlioz, which is located west of the royal capital. Suddenly, the main character on the horse acquires the riding skill level 2. The hero is able to go anywhere, while Marie goes on foot. All the people suddenly scream because a huge and fierce dragon appeared. They scream about it. Marie is horrified and thinks that this is horror. The main character says that the dragon is capable of spewing fire. If he is afraid, then he will deal with him. He strokes her head and asks her to wait for him here. She asks the guy if he will go alone, in which case she will go with him. However, Tace says that he can handle it himself. She understands that this will be a fun victory. They wanted to get to the city first. The guy uses glass from the wind. The main character sends projectiles at enemies. He understands that before defeating the dragon, he must first get rid of small monsters. He uses a line of light. The projectiles hit most of the monsters, causing them to die, and the dragon begins to roar. The dragon then takes a deep breath, raising its head, and then breathes fire at its enemies. The guy manages to run through the fire. He understands how he dodged it and thinks that he is starting to like it. The main character is already right in front of the dragon, swinging his sword at it. After this, the main character conjures some kind of circle with his hand and says that he has defeated him. The guy directs this circle at the dragon. Then the dragon falls apart into pieces, finally dying. The main character smiles at this. The guy happily announces that he has finally won. It's over. Marie asks the boy, slightly angrily, if he's saying he was just a little worried. The boy says that honestly, even though it was a dragon, he could make something useful out of it. Marie asks who would benefit from it if he died. The guy thinks that he just wanted to take care of her, protect her from danger, and it was faster to defeat him alone. The girl asks the guy not to do this again. He listens to her and accepts her care. Marie holds the potion and asks the guy if he could have tried and not died. This is a punishment potion. He listens to the girl. Besides, if it were right in the city, he wouldn't have gotten away with it. She's right, there are reasons for that. Is it possible to consider that human life is valued higher than defeating a monster? I wish I could see an event with this in the game. The girl asks if they will go to Glubdis after Berlioz. He agrees. The main character says that now let him be carried away by the wind and attack someone with force voltage. Better to die peacefully, without knowing pain. Following Perlian, he also defeated the demons in the city of Glodius, eventually causing a complete rout. His level rose to 61, he had a lot of experience points. He immediately raised his magic to the maximum level with an excess of experience points. Then he acquired a lot of magic that was suitable for use, moving to a greater distance. When he suddenly moved to the royal capital, Marie was surprised. The troops began to move quickly, using the transition gates. They pass through them and are surprised. In the capital of Alphen, a girl lies and says that they seem to have been fighting for eternity, and that they can rest a little, thanks to the transition gates. What will they do? Will they return to the mansion? The girl wants to take a bath, but notices that Tace is doing something. The guy says he's heading to Crossroad. According to a summary from the Knights Order of Crossroad, which belongs to the Royal Army, there are currently crowds of demons that have grown wings all day long besieging there. The girl asks what about the innkeeper and all the guild members. She will go too then, but the guy refuses her. He says she doesn't need to go to such a dangerous place. The demons appearing, the number of wounded, and those hands. The girl understands that at such moments, no matter how much you stop him, he will go. He says that she is his legal wife. He sees through everything. She says that if everything goes badly, then he should run away and be careful. He agrees and leaves. In the crossroad, monsters, like snakes with wings, attack the guy, but he deals with them. He gets tired and realizes that they are coming one after another. There are too many of them. The guy asks the chief if help has arrived, and he says that they should arrive any minute. The guy swears that he doesn't even see their shadow at all, but suddenly notices something dark. The main character appears and kills the monster right in front of the guy, who is surprised by this, because he did not expect to see help right there. The guy recognizes him as Taisi, and the main character turns to him with a smile and tells him that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and greets the guy. But suddenly the main character asks him who he is. The guy gets angry and reminds him that it is he, Ethan. They fought the trolls together. The guy says that he fought alone then. The guy approaches the main character and tells him with a smile that he looks good. The blonde leader comes up to them and says that he was wondering who it was that appeared. He tells Tacy that they haven't seen each other for a long time. They shake hands, and the leader asks if he can call the guy simply a warrior. He says that it is at his discretion. Taishi asks them what the situation is now. They tell him that it is neither good nor bad because of the large spill. Demons that usually do not appear are starting to come out. The head of the company ultimately cannot even understand where so many of them come from. The main character says that they held out very well, but now they can rely on him. His sword begins to glow. The protagonist, raising his sword up, informs the city of Crossroad that he has returned, using force voltage. The leader covers his face with his hand, and Ethan stands there, surprised by the guy's abilities. He tells him that he is becoming more and more distant from the man. Is this true? Well, he is a warrior. Tace reports that in any case, if they don't get through the spill first, it won't become history. Ethan looks at him calmly. Both guys agree with the main character, and they all stand in battle readiness with their backs to each other. Suddenly, the main character begins to feel something. Behind him actually appears the same black sphere as in his last battle. All three are shocked by her appearance and look straight at the sphere. The main character in horror realizes that something has appeared again. The sphere begins scanning the protagonist. The sample magic power is 43, doubling the amount of magic. The feeling of danger is sounding the alarm in the guy's head. He asks other people to run away. They ask him what he is talking about. Does he understand that a warrior like him has the strength of 1,000 people? The guy repeats once again that they need to run away from here. The main character distracted this ball onto himself, and everything happened in an instant. Some kind of beam hits the guy from the sphere. The main character starts to squirt blood and becomes ill. Both guys shout his name in concern. The sphere scans the main character again. Destruction of the magic template 34-3. The reserve of magic power is XX. Someone's blood flows to the ground. The main character is holding the wound on his knee and coughing. Leaning on his sword, he thinks that this black sphere has appeared. After all, his strength is fading. The guy continues to cough, and then his two partners ask him how he feels. The guy doesn't stop bleeding. He doesn't know if he can fight in this condition. If the enemy appears in the capital, everything is very bad, but even though he feels bad, he is not going to give up. The main character raises his sword and some projectiles appear. He thinks that before this happens, he will hit this black sphere. The guy gathers all his strength and puts it into a maximum explosion attack. Then he notices something in surprise and tries to understand what it is. He sees a black spear flying straight at him, and he is shocked by it, but manages to block it with his sword. In reality, what should have happened was that blows were landing on him. The main character was standing and trying to catch his breath. The protagonist understands that this only means that this entity is still alive, and he and other people are separated by a tornado that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Then someone's black paw appears. Someone reports that an order has been received from headquarters. namely, to eliminate everyone who is trying to upset the balance. A black beast appears which looks like a lion. It is very fierce and thinks only about the fact that they all must be eliminated. The main character thinks about what it is it the same entity or not? The warriors shout that they need to protect the warrior, the guy says that it is not necessary. Suddenly, the lion starts attacking all the people and kills everyone who comes under attack. The ferocious beast looks at the guy, and Captain Waltz is shouted at to demote the adventurers below rank A. The main character thinks it's a magic pattern, number 343, those who try to upset the balance. He doesn't understand what it means, but he's targeting the guy. He wonders how much magic power he has left. Some parts of it are damaged. This is because of the maximum explosion, which means his attack is working on him. The boy realizes that the gap between the unexpected speed and the strange sensation has momentarily delayed his actions, and at that moment, there was enough time for the lion's attack to reach him. The lion hits the protagonist in the side with his forehead. The main character is in pain and flies back, hitting the ground, and then writhes in pain. Then the lion strikes the guy again, but he blocks the blow with his sword, and he gets a strange feeling. Some black stakes are suddenly thrust into the main character, after which he again writhes in insane pain. The main character remains hanging on these stakes, breathing heavily and dying little by little. The lion stands in front of the guy. He thinks about whether he will really die here like this. Then something attacks the guy again, and he begins to lose consciousness, seeing only his opponent. He doesn't understand what he's doing. He's not even a person from this world. It would be better if he just ran away without engaging in any battles. The main character continues to lie on the ground without strength and thinks that his body has come to an end. The guy looks up and sees the silhouette of a girl, not understanding why Marie is here. He understands that it is her magic that is inside him. He cries, because he did not keep his promise. He promised that he would protect Marie and the others in the mansion. The girl addresses the guy by name and tells him that he definitely won't lose here. After these words, the main character clenches his fist and agrees with the girl, also asking her to wait for him. The guy reaches for the sword and grabs it. This is not the end for him. He will clearly not meet him here. The guy barely gets up. Someone shouts the main character's name and many arrows fly at the lion, which surprises him. A lot of warriors stand behind the guy who says that they are a crusader squad. They will guard him with the knightly order. They can no longer stand aside. The main character is happy about this and thanks Waltz for the covering fire. He starts walking. Several more arrows fly towards the monster while the protagonist is running towards it, and thanks to this he manages to wound it. The sign appears again. The guy thinks that the essence of the strange feeling is actually hidden in his own attack. Suddenly, the lion attacks him with projectiles, which the main character dodges. The main character is surprised to understand everything and looks straight at his enemy. He also understands that there is absolutely no sound in his movements. The lion is moving straight towards him. Moreover, when he runs his paws on the ground, clouds of dust do not rise, and this was the reason for his strange feeling. Even if the situation gets out of hand, under control, then it can be solved. The guy uses regeneration magic.